we're going to be going over all of the changes for Season 16, and there's obviously quite a lot, as well as giving some ranked advice before we get into that based on my past experiences, years of playing League at a high level. I had an amazing season last year, peak Challenger for the first time, yet at the same time, after hitting Challenger kind of early on into the season at around 660 LP, so kind of early season Challenger, I had not hit that peak LP again for the next 10 months, so pretty disappointing finish to the season there. But, I've been playing League since Season 3, hit Challenger, so hopefully this ranked advice is on point and makes sense. So the advice that I have is to just answer a few basic questions that people usually have at the start of a season. And those are, how does the ranked reset work? And, or at least as best we know, because it's obviously kind of hidden how it works. And when should I play? Should I play a bunch of games all at once right away? Should I play just the average and normal amount that I'm playing? Should I, wait 2 months and then play a bunch and go on another account or something like that? What should I do? And so let's start with how the reset works as far as we know, because that will kind of answer the second question. So the way that the reset works is the higher rank you are, the harder your soft MMR reset is. And what a soft MMR reset means is that your rank will go down further than your MMR. So for example, if you're a master player, your highest rank that you can place for anyone is Emerald 1 after your first placement game, but then you have your 5 placement games. So by the time you're done with your 5 placement games, you can get to like D3, I think is the highest you can get to in your placements. So if you're like a Master Plus player, you're going to experience quite a large demotion going from Masters to Emerald right away. But your MMR is still going to be very close to Masters or in Masters. And so you're going to have those large LP gains, very small LP losses, maybe skipping divisions and things like that to make it easy to climb back to the rank that you were at before. So the important thing to understand is that MMR reset is larger the higher up you are and smaller the lower rank you are. In fact, it may even be the case that in really low ranks, like in Bronze or Iron, the soft reset may not lower your MMR and your rank. It may actually drag it up towards the average. So a good way we used to think about this, and I'm not sure that this is exactly how it works, but I think that it is probably something very similar to this, is what we used to say about how the ranked reset worked back in like Season 3 was that they would take your MMR and they would average it with the average starting MMR, or like your starting MMR. So if your starting MMR was Silver 4, which was about 1200 ELO, and someone was 2000 ELO, then your 2000 ELO player would have this soft reset that averages their 2000 ELO with 1200, which would put them right in the middle at 1600. And so they'd lose 400 MMR, and obviously their face rank would go down maybe even more than that. But that reset would obviously be larger than, let's say, a Silver 4 player with 1200 MMR, who would be averaged against a Silver 4 player with 1200 MMR, and they would have basically no reset at all. And if you were a Bronze player, you might actually see that if you were 1000 MMR player in Bronze, Bronze 1 or Bronze 2 or something like that, you may actually see that you were pulled to 1100 because you're actually being pulled up a little bit to that Silver MMR kind of starting MMR situation. Now, that's probably not exactly how it works. For example, one flaw with that kind of comparison is that a 1600 MMR player coming from 2000 MMR doesn't really make sense, because actually in practice people really easily climb back. If they were 2000 elo, climb right back to whatever face rank is associated with that. There doesn't seem to be this lag or gap where you climb back to 4 divisions below your rank that you were at before, or to 2 divisions below where you were at before. It seems like your MMR mostly just stays the same and you're able to climb back. So maybe that's more representative of what happens to your face rank than what happens to your MMR behind the scenes. But one thing that it does capture correctly is that the MMR reduction is much greater for a higher rated player than it is for a lower rated player. And potentially there's even that positive pull up in MMR for very low rated players in Iron and Bronze. Now, the reason why this is done is because it creates competitive integrity. For players at the higher end of the ladder who are Challenger, GM, or Masters, it forces them to condense with Diamond players and Emerald players and things like that. At the top of the ladder is going to get compressed or condensed so that more Challenger players are playing with GM and Master players than before. More GM and Master players are playing with Diamond players than before at the start of the season when those MMRs and face ranks are compressed. The other thing Riot's done is over the last couple of years, they've put more emphasis on matchmaking, not just based on MMR, but also based on your face rank, since people were complaining about seeing people from too many different ranks in the same game, like Iron players in Plat games and things like that. Or, it could be Diamond players in a Challenger game. What this does is it allows more of that to occur, because by matching based off of face rank, when the highest you can get placed is Emerald 1, you're going to have Diamond players placed in Emerald 1, and you're going to have Challenger players placed in Emerald 1. And while they have very separate MMRs, because the Challenger player is still retaining most of their MMR from the previous season, there's still more of a chance that that Diamond player reaches into a Challenger game or is placed into a Challenger game than there would be when they were, super far apart in face rank. So keep that in mind, that game quality at the beginning of the season can feel lower, which is a lot of reason why people ask, there's all these changes that I don't understand, although, same with everybody else. There's all these changes I don't understand. The game quality feels worse. Should I just sit out for a month and play on another account or something while we see what happens? And I'll kind of get to that. I think probably not. But it is worth understanding that it is going to feel like game quality is lower when, if you're a platinum player, there are more, gold and silver players in your game after your placements. And same thing at higher ranks, right? There are going to be more Diamond players in your Master Plus lobbies than there were before. That's just kind of the way that it works. So what to do about that then? If the compression is higher, the higher up you are, and less the lower rank you are, that creates a fairness, because it gives bronze and iron players that are maybe being pulled up towards silver games a chance to kind of compete at a little bit of a higher MMR level. And so if they were like legitimately kind of stuck in iron, which is not saying that that really exists, but it gives an iron player, a bronze player who might perform better in higher MMR lobbies where gameplay and decision making is a little bit different, gives them that chance to potentially climb out to a rank that they could be, kind of a second opportunity beyond what they already have in the, in terms of their ability to improve and just climb normally out of it anyways, throughout the season. So it gives an opportunity there. Same thing with giving that opportunity to like Diamond players who may be able to compete actually with GM or Challenger or Master players. Kind of gives them that opportunity to get into more of those games, win some more MMR, and potentially slingshot themselves up at the start of the season. If you think, and I suppose everyone thinks this way, if you really think that you deserve a much higher rank than you are, there's no better time to try to slingshot yourself than at the start of the season. Because if you play more games than the average person at your rank and you try to climb more, just by nature of playing more games and getting to that higher face rank, you will face better MMR players than you were playing in the previous season if you're playing 10, 20 games a day at the start of the season. And so you have that potential to slingshot yourself into those lobbies. Now, for the vast majority of players, you're just going to go into those lobbies and then drop games and lose games because you're underperforming at a rank that you've never been at before, against a caliber of players you've never played against before. But if you're actually quite good and you're able to compete at that level, if you're able to hang, then a Diamond player could slingshot themselves to Masters by playing a bunch of games early at the start of the season, progressing at the same rate that those Master players are, even though they have higher MMR and better LP gains, progressing at the same rate as them, and then winning some games versus them in order to kind of get your MMR up. So that slingshot effect at the start of the season is definitely real, and it's part of what makes the soft reset a competitive integrity thing, as well as, of course, getting rid of like bot accounts and boosted players who are going to get reset way below where they were, who would have to, pay again or something like that in order to get back. It makes it very costly for people who are just like buying accounts or whatever. So yeah, on that question of whether you should wait 2 months to play, or whether you should spam a ton of games, or whether you should play at kind of the same rate as your peers. My opinion has always been that if you like the game quality at the rank that you're at, and I get most people don't, but compared to playing with lower rated players, the problem with waiting a month or two is that you're actually going to play with lower rated players when you come back. Not a ton. Your MMR is still going to be high, but you're going to play with more of those lower rated players. It's going to be more of a mixed bag than if you play at the same rate as your peers. And so if you're a Masters player and you get placed into Emerald 1 right away, and you're playing your 3 or 4 games a day like the average Master player is, and then you're gradually climbing, by the time you're done with your placements, you're D4. By the end of the first week, you're back to D2. By the end of week 2 or 3, you're back to Masters or something like that. That's going to be a very average, natural progression that is going to keep you playing with mostly your peers. If you play too many games, 10 to 20 games a day at the start of the season, you're probably going to drop some games playing against GM and Challenger players in your matches because you've gotten to D2 or D1 on day 1 or 2, which is you could do because of your high LP gains just climbing back to Masters, but you're going to meet more Challenger GM players in those games, and you're going to be likely to hold your team back and lose those games. If you really want to ego it and you think that you can slingshot through those games, and winning those games, then be my guest. The beginning of the season provides that opportunity if you even have time to play 10 games a day. But, for most people, that's just not going to work out. So for most people, playing the average of your peer group is what people want. They just want to keep playing against the same people that they were playing with and against, when they were in ranked the previous season. They don't want to be playing with and against worse players. They don't want to be playing with and against much better players than them. So just kind of play an average number of games in order to achieve that. Now, if you decide to sit out for a month or two, the effect of that, like I said, will be that when you come back, you will play versus much worse players. On average, even though your MMR is still higher, especially because of the face rank thing that they've done, pulling games together around that face rank. Imagine if you're a Master Plus player and you come back and you place into Emerald 1 2 months into the season. Yes, your MMR will be high, and so you will get a bunch of Master players in your games who have climbed all the way back to Masters, but you will also get more Diamond players than you would have if you had climbed all the way back to Masters with your Master peer group. So that's absolutely real, and that could be a good thing if you want to try to win a higher percentage of your games, and you want a more of a Smurf-like experience on your main account. But it would be a bad thing if you appreciate the game quality as bad as everyone, hates the game quality at their own rank. If you appreciate your game quality better than the mixed bag of game quality you get at the start of the season, and the bad game quality that you would get by playing at a lower division, then obviously waiting is actually a bad thing. Okay, let's get into the changes. I saw this. We're going to watch some of this, but I think most of the changes we should take a look at are in the patch notes, because at the end of the day, the dev blogs talk in generalities about the things that they're changing, and they also include a bunch of stuff that's not super relevant to the main stuff with the game. So let's start with the patch notes, actually, and then I'm sure you can skip ahead if you're not interested in going through the whole patch notes. Reason why it's good to start with the patch notes, especially on a patch like this, is because take role quests, for example. If 80 carries gain 2,000 gold when they complete their quest, then the role is going to be completely broken. But if they gain 100 gold when they complete their quest, then their quest sucks. So it makes a big difference what the numbers are. And so when they announce these things in the dev blog and everyone freaks out because they hear, 80 carries are going to complete their quest and get all this gold, and they don't know what the amount is, well, that makes a big difference. So I've seen, for example, on PBE, that the amount of gold they were gaining was like 300, which is not nothing. It's definitely nice to gain 300, especially on a class that values gold and completing those items a lot because of the synergy all the different stats have. But 300 gold is not going to make 80 carry suddenly magically broken. Now, there may be other things in here, like the crit changes and stuff like that, that could potentially make 80 carry broken. But there's more to it than that. You really need to see the numbers to get an impression. So we're going to do a couple of things here when we go through the patch notes. My bad. Let me mute my client real quick. Otherwise, we're going to get spammed the whole time. So there are going to be some changes here that are going to be very dependent on the numbers. And when we go through these changes, I'm going to try to focus, because this is hopefully going to be a guide to kind of help at the start of the season. I'm going to focus on the way that we would play around these changes and the impact that I think that they're going to have on the game. I love to yap about whether it was a good idea to do the change or not, or whether I think it's healthy for the game, but I will try to reserve some of that because I think it's better to focus on the way that it's going to change gameplay. So brief overview here, as we can see, the main changes in the patch notes is role quest being introduced, since jungle and support already had them, mostly for AD carry, mid lane, and top lane. We have objective and jungle adjustments, crit chance adjustments. So if you didn't know, crit chance was when you hit someone with a crit. If you were going to do 100 damage, you do 175, so 175%. That's going up to 200%. So if you were going to hit someone for 100 in crit now it'll do 200. That's a 25% increase in damage for AD carries, so that's kind of a huge deal. Infinity Edge gives you plus 35% crit damage, so obviously gaining an extra 25% damage like that is the equivalent to almost giving every crit champion in the game almost an Infinity Edge passive for free. So that is actually kind of massive. Now, it's not going to affect them immediately in the early game when they don't have any crit, but once you get, a couple of items, that's really going to make a big difference for AD carries. And then there are going to be like 9 new updated and returning items. They've made some changes to turrets, home guard, and game pacing adjustments like minion changes and things like that. The swift play stuff, I'll rant a little bit about why I don't like swift play and think it's a bad idea for the game, but the swift play stuff we'll mostly ignore because it's not relevant for ranked and competitive. And then they've got skins listed here. Other big things, there's a ton in the patch that I've seen, is a lot of champion changes, especially nerfs at the entire AD carry class. So I can only assume that with the role quest and the crit change, AD carry became a extremely powerful role, which is what I would have expected and hoped for, frankly. But unfortunately, I think that, and maybe it'll be appropriate if it was really too strong, but they've basically nerfed every AD carry champion in the game to compensate for how strong these changes are, which makes you wonder what the point of doing them was. But we'll see. Maybe the power budget is still net positive or something like that for AD carries, but we'll really have to see. Okay, so let's get into the patch notes over here and take a look. Okay, role quests. This year we're introducing a major new concept to Summoner's Rift, role quests. Building off the item-based quests that junglers and support players have had for years, we're adding new lane phase defining quests for the other 3 positions and updating the existing quests for support and jungle. You'll automatically be assigned the position quests corresponding to the role you've queued up as. If you want to trade positions, you'll need to do that during Champion Select using the official trading feature, and the game will now reward playing out your lane matchup, at least for the first few minutes of every game. This change will also help us better balance and tackle the pro play meta around lane swapping going forward. So no more lane swap detected pop-ups, which is great because that lane swap detected system was obviously a really hotly debated topic because of the fact that it was just such a penalizing hidden mechanic that existed in the game, and League has enough hidden mechanics as it is, and it would be better if the game was a bit simplified and easy for people to understand. Every position will receive quest rewards for successfully completing their role quest. For top, mid, and bot players, these will be entirely new advantages. For support and jungle, your existing rewards will be updated, and you'll be receiving some new rewards as well. Queuing up. In all queues with assigned positions, you'll automatically be given the quest associated with your assigned position in Champion Select. For custom Summoner Rift lobbies, you'll now be required to select a position. Swift play and rotating game modes will not have this feature enabled and will only retain the same jungle and support quest rules as before. I'm sure that I will rant about Swift play when we get to the Swift play changes, but one of the biggest problems I have with Swift play is that it is taking new players and it is taking casual players and not exposing them to the proper game at all. The champions are balanced completely differently. Like there's straight up different stats and buffs and nerfs on all of the different champions. Like they have an ARAM, which teaches you all of the game and damage just completely wrong when you eventually go into ranked as a new player. Not to mention that the objectives and everything works differently to speed up the game pace. And now on top of that, the role quests aren't going to be the same. It's going to retain the old role quest system with jungle and support only and the old rules on them. And so the game is just, it's packaged like it's just a normal game for League. It replaced blind pick, but it's not a normal game for League because it's a completely different game with completely different rules that does not set people up for success if they want to try to transition to ranked. And I think it will discourage casual and normal game players from wanting to switch to ranked in the future. So really don't like that. Completing your quest. Once in game, you'll complete your quest by playing out your assigned lane. For each position, you'll earn points reflected in the UI near your item inventory. For taking appropriate actions, many of which are based on what actions you do in game today, and when you've earned enough points, you'll receive a reward. Support and jungle players will earn points for taking basically the same actions as before. So support stack their world atlas by killing minions and trading, and jungle players get theirs by killing camps. For top, mid, and bot lane players, you'll earn points for champion takedowns, epic monster takedowns, minion kills, turret plates, turret takedowns, and some will passively generate over time. We should know what takedowns mean over time, but I will mention that takedowns means a kill or assist, so you get points for it if you're assisting on a turret or a champion kill and things like that. Assist counts. So takedowns is kills or assists. Blah, blah, blah. Minion, turret, and plate rewards are doubled in your assigned lane. Mid laners will also progress by dealing damage to champions. So this is really important. We'll probably end up thinking about this and coming back to this. The way that they're killing lane swapping is by doubling the rewards in your assigned lane. What that means is that you would be so delayed in your role quest by swapping bot lane with top lane like they've been doing in competitive that it would be foolish to do that, and they can use that as a tool to prevent lane swaps in the future. Now, the problem with this could mean two very different things. If they halved the amount that plating gold is worth, so that when it's doubled, if you're in the proper lane, you get the same amount of gold for plates that you did before, then that would make sense because that discourages you from lane swapping to top while keeping turret plates worth the same amount of gold. But if they didn't half the amount of gold that turret plates are worth, which they haven't mentioned yet, so as far as I know they haven't, then turret plates are just worth double. And if turret plates are just worth double, that dramatically shifts the meta of what champions you might like to pick in game and in your lane, because now all of a sudden champions, for example, in bot lane like Caitlyn, or supports like poke supports, maybe more Karma and things like that, have more room to shine in a meta where getting turret plates is worth twice as much. Whereas the champion like I play, like Braum, sucks at taking turret plates, loses a lot of turret plates very frequently, especially if he's forced to play in a meta against a lot of wave clear and poke oriented champions. So I'm worried that this is going to be a nightmare because they could have easily achieved the same effect by halving the amount that the plates are worth in general. But then if you're in your right lane, they're double, so they're worth the same amount of gold as before. If they didn't half the plates, they're now just worth twice as much. And so there's higher priority for champions like Caitlyn and Karma and things like that. That would be scary. So we'll see if they mention doing that. Okay, so that's their way to prevent role swapping. Let's see, where were we here? So minion, turret, plate. So minion reward, turret, and plate rewards are doubled in your assigned lane. Oh, this may come up actually, but I think that this means the reward for the quest. I don't think this means, this is referring to the point reward for the quest, not the gold for the turret plates. So this is not talking about the reward from taking a minion kill or a turret plate. This is the points that you'll get. This makes more sense if you've read this later on. So it'll say, for example, for 80 carries that like you get 1.5 points per minion kill towards your quest. So it's saying that in your lane, you'll get 3. Okay, yeah, it clarifies here. Not that turret plates are worth twice as much gold. So that's kind of an important clarification there. But we answered our question, so that's fine. Better to assume the wrong thing and then get it answered than to go in having no idea what they're talking about. This is why it's so important, because to be honest, you read these things and even as an experienced player, it's not necessarily clear whether it's going to be points or whether the turret plate reward is going to be doubled. Mid laners will also progress by dealing damage to champions. Sounds fine, like supports get. Although this may be more based on damage, whereas supports it's just like one hit, one little bit of gold. Passive generation is a slow trickle outside of your lane, but it is a significant amount of the overall quest progression while you're in and around your assigned lane. Roughly past your outermost living turret in your assigned lane. Dive your opponent out of lane or kill them to slow their quest progress. So what they're saying here is another way that they can prevent lane swapping is not just through doubling the point reward for turret plates and minion kills and things like that if you're in the right lane, but they also slow your passive generation of your points towards your quest, which is a significant portion of completing your quest. It gets really slowed down if you're not in the right lane. So that can force people into the right place. It's also a way, actually, and we haven't seen this in a while, to punish players who are losing their lane and who are dying and playing bad and getting behind. We've seen a lot of comeback mechanics introduced in the game in the last couple of years, but not something that could be used like this, like they're talking about, where if you kill your opponent, you dramatically slow down their quest progression, and so it actually serves as a snowballing feature for players who are able to dominate their lane. So that's kind of interesting, and a return, at least with this one change, to that more old school league philosophy of, win your lane, win game. Somebody gets killed, they get punished hard for it for the rest of the game. The game's super snowbally. Top lane. Top lane has been particularly difficult to give appropriate agency to over the years, and it's frequently viewed as a position with the lowest agency. I agree with that. We're enhancing their agency in this update with universal access to teleport and ensuring that they are a relevant scaling champion by increasing their experience gains and level cap. Golden experience from minions is reduced by 25% outside of top lane until level 3. That seems totally fine. I will say, though, that they're worried about these role swaps or lane swaps at the very beginning of the game. And so they talked about how this would only be limited in the beginning of the game. Maybe that's fine, because I guess if they're okay with it, they're okay with it. And it's not something that people really do in solo queue anyways. And I guess we'll get to it when we talk about objectives. There's a really good argument for rotating your bot lane up to mid lane before, or even top lane, before important objectives, when an objective is up top side only, but not bot side. So let's say Dragon's down and Rift Herald is up top side, or Void Grubs are up top side, or whatever. Void Grubs aren't very good, neither is Rift Herald actually, and it's probably a reason why teams haven't focused on doing this. But you might say that, like back in the past when Void Grubs were really strong, when there were 2 spawns of them, or when Rift Herald was a little bit stronger, you would want to rotate your bot lane to mid. Even though you were very early on into the game, you could rotate your bot lane to mid or to top so that you had more players or a man advantage on that side of the map. I mean, a lot of support players roam in order to create that man advantage anyways around those objectives. So in competitive, for example, there's a strong incentive, not just at the start of the game, but to rotate their bot lane to mid or to top to control objectives regardless, like outside of just the beginning of the game. It's not just about preventing rough lanes in draft and stuff like that. It's also something that can be used at other points during the game to control objectives. And I think it's a strategy teams have underutilized, but it looks like maybe Riot's just okay with it because they don't mind as long as that strategy and rotations being implemented outside of the beginning of the game where people want to see at least a little bit of laning action. Quest progress for top lane. You get 1,200 points required for quest completion, and you get 1 per minion kill. But if you're actually laning in the right lane in top lane, you get 2 per minion kill, 30 per epic monster takedown. This is another thing that's going to depend. Is it 30 per epic monster takedown that your team gets, or do you have to be involved in the takedown? Obviously, that makes a huge difference here. 25 per turret takedown and 50 in top lane. I have the same question here. Is this going to be, you are there for the turret takedown, or is this going to be your team takes down a turret? And, takedown in League, because it usually means kill or assist, would imply that you have to be there, is the way I would read this without any further clarification. But that obviously makes a big difference, because if your team is taking a bunch of turrets and things like that, then, and dragons and stuff like that, as a top laner, you're chilling and you're accelerating in your quest, unless it's not like that, and actually you would have to be there for that. And then is it worth it as a top laner to roam to an early dragon? You get some points for securing the early dragon, but you lose a lot of points on the minions that you would have gotten and on other things, and even your passive generation in top lane, which we'll get into here. 20 per turret plate, but 40 if you're in top lane. 15 per champion takedown. Obviously, this would have to be you getting a champion takedown, which is why these are probably all personal. Like, you have to be there getting the thing, not just your team getting it. Starting at 105, you get 1 point per 3 seconds passively. So this is quite a lot, right? In a minute, so let's say like 30 seconds, you're going to get 10 points. So in a minute, you get 20 points. If you think about how many you're getting from minions, in a minute, there's like 2 minion waves. So you're getting 12 minions. If you got all of them, you'd get 24 points. So you're getting as many points from, and you're going to miss some, right? And so you're getting as many points passively as you're getting from minion kills. And actually, that's just in general. It's increased to 8 per 5 seconds in and around top lane. So you're getting way more points just passively over time than you're getting from, let's say, minion kills. So the vast majority of your points, I mean, we can calculate this. So 5 to 60 is, don't make me do math. I'm so old. My bad. 12 times 8. This is 96 points per minute if you're in top lane. And so obviously, you get 30 for an epic monster takedown. So when you're scoring 96 points per minute, if you take a minute out of your way to like go down to bot lane and get a dragon, you're going to lose quite a lot of points there. You still get this 1 per 3 passively though. So you would gain some of that back here, but you're obviously going to lose quite a lot of points for doing things like that. Kind of interesting. We'll have to see with mid lane as well, because it makes roaming in other roles really, really difficult to do. But maybe Riot wants that to be the case. Maybe Riot wants, and I think players have been asking for this, more focus on like your individual laning phase. Players hate it when your laning phase in bot lane is disrupted by the top laner or the mid laner and stuff like that. And so I wonder if we're going to see less roaming between lanes and more of a focus on individual laning, which could be kind of cool actually. Okay, so those are the points for top lane, and then the rewards. Your level cap is increased to 20, so you can go from level 18 to 19, then to 20. That's going to be really interesting because obviously if you go to level 20, that's not a benefit that you're actually getting until you're at the end of level 18. Before it matters at all. This just doesn't benefit you at all until level 19. So it does take a long time for this to even benefit you. There are games where this will never benefit you. The game ends before this is relevant. So that's something to keep in mind. It sounds crazy. People overreact and say, oh my God, you're going to get 2 levels above everybody. But that matters a lot. Now, another important question to clarify here is when you go to level 19 and when you go to level 20, do you get an extra skill point for your abilities? Or are they, is it just base stats? And from what I've seen on the PBE, you do get an extra point for your abilities. So even your passive will scale. If it's like a scaling per level passive, they've just redesigned it. So for Braum specifically, I know that what we were seeing was like he does more damage on hit after he stuns somebody. He does extra magic damage on hit, and that goes up every level. And when he was getting level 20 in top lane, people were like, Braum top can use this to get extra damage on his passive at level 19 and 20. Obviously not very relevant, but that explains how that works. So you do get extra skill points, and your passive and everything will scale to level 20. They've basically come up with numbers for every single champion in the game in case they're played in top lane and get this. So that's kind of crazy how big the scope was on having to do all of that. You get 600 XP, which that's kind of nice. So 600 XP is worth 1 level early, but later into the game, when you actually complete the quest, it's probably going to be more like half of a level or something like that. So that's not that massive, but it does help a lot because it helps you get to, like we were talking about, level 18, 19, 20 becoming more relevant in more games if you're just given half of a level over everyone for free. One thing that's a little bit confusing about this, though, like kind of a deep thing about how the game works, it worked this way with Atakhan too, kind of a weird situation. When you get XP like this, one thing that's weird is that when you get kills, you'll get less XP if you're higher level than them, and they'll gain more XP if they're lower level than you. And so one weird thing that can happen is actually gaining a bunch of extra XP like this can be kind of a negative. I mean, it's obviously a net positive, but it's not just as simple as you gain half of a level for free and there's no downside. You actually gain less XP from a bunch of different sources because you gained this half of a level of XP. So you get less XP from kills, from takedowns, from everything in the game, even minions and stuff like that. You'll get less XP from everything if your level is too high. And so there is a bit of a drawback to that. But that's obviously kind of a nice little boost and makes this level cap thing more relevant. And then this is a big one. All future experience gains are increased by 12.5%. That kind of counters what I was saying earlier too, because if you gain half a level, that's not going to make a big enough difference to make up for gaining an extra 12.5% on everything. So this is going to make it a lot easier for top laners to get to level 19 or 20. And so this level cap thing will be relevant for top laners much more frequently than we think. If the top laner did not select teleport as a summoner spell, gain unleash teleport on a 7-minute cooldown. If the top laner did select teleport as a summoner spell, they are also shielded for 30% of their maximum health on arrival, lasting for 30 seconds. So really going to be interesting to see if it's better to take a combat summoner spell in top lane and then get your free teleport later, or whether it's better to be able to teleport in with the shield and take teleport early. What it looks like to me, actually, just reading the numbers, and you never know how it's going to shake out. This 7-minute cooldown is not something that we originally heard about. So 7 minutes is a longer cooldown than teleport's normal cooldown is. So you gain teleport, but you get to use it a lot less frequently than the people who took teleport. On top of that, 30% of your HP just lasting the entire team fight, so they have to break through that shield in order to get rid of it. That sounds really strong. And the champions that are most likely to need to and want to take teleport early are tank champions in top lane who get poked out of lane and want to, go back and get some health and then come back into lane. And so those vulnerable tank champions are going to benefit the most from a max HP shield. So champions that, are very aggressive aren't going to benefit, that don't have a lot of HP, aren't going to benefit from 30% of their maximum HP shield as much as tanks would. And so I can see something playing out here where tank top laners still take teleport. They really benefit from the shield, making them 30% tankier in team fights. But, more aggressive top laners take a combat summoner spell, knowing that they're going to get this extra teleport later, but they have to use it very carefully and sparingly because it's got a longer cooldown. So it does actually look like they've done a fairly good job of maybe making some nuance and balance between the two and making situations in which one or the other could both be good or viable, or on different types of champions could be good. Jungle quest completion is mostly unchanged except for some light tuning. You'll just complete your quest sooner, and the Gust Walker hatchling's reward is slightly reduced compared to the other options. In addition to their previous rewards, junglers now get increased gold and XP after completing their quest, better allowing them to be a powerful champion later in the game, as well as increased movement speed in the jungle. I think this is actually really relevant because I know a lot of junglers are complaining about these changes, and there's no doubt that these changes kind of suck for junglers and make them less powerful. But actually, a big weakness of jungle is that jungle does not scale well into the game. Not just the champions, or, certain champions obviously fall off and stuff like that, but the amount of gold and XP that you get from the jungle camps later on is really sad, especially in comparison to how much more important getting kills and picks and being with your team is later into the game. And unfortunately, especially at a lot of ranks, for general players, junglers just don't really understand how important being with the team later in the game is. And so at least rewarding them more when they're farming their camps later anyways is going to make up for the fact that they're playing the game wrong, or at least with the old system they were playing the game wrong. I do tend to like changes that reward players for playing the way that they kind of by default intuitively want to play. I don't think that League or games in general should necessarily just be about like you have to ignore everything about the way that you want to naturally play the game and everything that you would do for fun in order to find the best strategy. I think it'd be great if there was more games that reward people playing the way they naturally play as the best strategy, so that other things like more real raw skill come into play to determining who's better and who's worse. But that's kind of a different concept there. So pet counters need to fully finish the quest. Pet counters needed to fully finish the quest. I don't even know what's going on with that. 40 to 35. So you complete it quicker. I don't know what pet counters are. I assume that's the camps being completed. Shows how much I know about jungle. I have no idea. But yeah, this seems like it's going down, like they mentioned, so that you'll complete your quest a little bit sooner on jungle. So that's going down by like 5. I believe it's like the large monster in the camp gives you this thing. So that's going down by 5, which should help the junglers complete their quest a lot faster. The Gustwalker movement speed duration is going from 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds. Kind of mixed feelings on that because they probably could have left that alone, but I do think Gustwalker's outperforming the other jungle items by quite a lot, so I can see why they did that, but I think that was maybe unnecessary and they could have left it the same. Smite damage 600 to 1200, 600 to 1400, so they get an extra 100, and then they get an extra 200. That's going to help junglers be able to secure neutral objectives a little bit better than laners and stuff like that, especially with the objectives becoming tankier. But to be honest, and we'll have to see the numbers, I think that the smite increase is more about securing it and not about being able to do it faster, because I think that the objectives are going to get a lot tankier than 100 or 200 HP. So I think that junglers are still going to do significantly less damage or essentially be slower at taking dragons and neutral objectives after we see those neutral objective changes. After quest completion, junglers gain 4% movement speed in the jungle or river, increased to 8% while out of combat. Okay, actually I can see why the Gustwalker movement speed was nerfed, because with all junglers gaining this 4% movement speed in the jungle or river, increased to 8% while out of combat, imagine that plus you're getting the Gustwalker movement speed multiplying or adding on top of that. That would be quite strong. It almost feels like Gustwalker actually becomes, it could be good to have both, but it feels like it could be almost a little bit irrelevant. This is actually a really nice boost, because if you look at how strong the Gustwalker movement speed was, getting this amount here I think that that's actually a really nice buff for the junglers, so they should at least like that. After quest completion, junglers gain 10 gold and 10 XP per large monster killed. So they get an extra 10 gold and 10 XP per large monster killed. I'm going to say that that's awful. I think that that is a very low amount of gold and XP. And it's only per large monster. So you don't get any bonus on any of the smaller parts of the camp. So you're just getting an extra 10 gold per camp. And the 10 XP per camp, especially at that after quest completion later portion of the game, 10 XP is even more laughable and worse than the 10 gold per camp. That's just a tiny, tiny amount. But, you know, I guess it is what it is. So not much extra gold and jungle or gold and XP in jungle to help them scale. Mid lane. Mid laners uniquely progress their role quests through dealing damage to champions in addition to other events. For rewards, mid laners receive a free upgrade to their boots and periodically gain empowered recall. The boots upgrades are based on the items introduced for feats of strength, but they've been heavily reworked and are significantly more powerful now. Okay, wow. So one thing that we were also hearing was, well, the mid laners just getting free boots isn't that good because, you know, the feats of strength boots are decent, but they're not as good as the quest for top lane or AD carry. Well, if the boots are different, this is why it's important to read the patch notes and kind of get this perspective. If the boots are significantly upgraded and buffed compared to the feats of strength ones, then they're actually pretty good and quite a significant quest. The other thing we're curious about with mid lane is with the minion wave changes that they made to mid lane, I think over the last couple of years, the time's flying by so quick, nobody even knows. With those changes they made, mid lane becomes kind of a whole different role. It became much less about clearing waves as quickly as possible and roaming. And so I want to see how the quest completion is going to work because like we talked about in top lane, are mid laners going to be able to roam like a lot of them want to side lanes, you know, after they wave clear? Or are they going to lose a lot of quest points for doing that? And that's going to be an interesting thing to see here. Golden experience from minions is reduced by 25% outside of mid lane until level 3. Again, not a big deal. Quest progress. 1350 points required for quest completion, so it requires a little bit more points than top lane. But that may not actually mean that their average completion time is slower because they have a whole different set of points that they get, sort of. Ranged champions gain 1.5% of damage dealt to champions as quest progress. So let's say, how much is that? So let's say that you deal, like in a game, typically you'll deal like 20k damage. Let's just say that the quest usually completes about halfway through the game. So let's say you get like 10k damage in, and this would be a really good amount. You'll probably get less. Also, the quest will probably complete less than halfway through an average game, but I don't know. So let's say 10k damage. What is 1.5% of that? That would be 150 points. And that's maybe an overestimate. Like, that's kind of on the high end. So that's not that many points, actually. Melee champions gain 3% of damage dealt to champions as quest progress. That's really strange too because I don't know, like I get that it's harder for melee champions to deal damage and that they get poked out in mid lane, and maybe this is a way to make melee champions a little bit more viable in mid lane. You know, and it's meant to be just way stronger than the damage dealt that ranged champions get. Like overcompensating for the melee part of the champion to compensate for other issues that melee champions have in mid lane. But that's really crazy because you wouldn't expect like a melee mid laner to deal half as much damage as a ranged mid laner. They're going to end up dealing the same amount of damage. It's just a different play pattern. So that seems a little bit crazy. So if we calculated, 10k damage for a ranged champion at 1.5%, giving you 150 points. If you did the same 10,000 damage as a melee champion in mid, you'd get 300 points, which is a lot. That may be the largest point total I've seen on almost anything that we've calculated so far. So that's quite a lot. 10k damage is probably a bit too much, though. It'll probably be less than that in the average quest completion, but we don't know. 1 per minion kill, but 2 per minion kill in mid lane, so that was similar with top lane. 30 per epic monster takedown. Just double check. That's the same as for top lane, and then for top lane they had 25 per turret takedown, and mid lane is going to be the same, 25 per turret takedown, but 50 if you're in mid lane, 20 per turret plate, but 40 in mid lane, 25 per champion takedown. Is that the same for top lane? No, top laners get 15 per champion takedown. So that's another area where it does look like they're encouraging maybe mid laners to roam a little bit more, because mid laners get more points for champion takedowns than top laners do. And then we've got the passive amount, which is the same, 1 as top lane, 1 per 3 seconds passively, increased to 8 per 5 seconds in and around the mid lane. What does in and around the mid lane mean? Does it say the same thing for top lane? In and around top lane. Okay, so it's just to try to make sure that the area is, covering if you go to ward and things like that. But obviously if you were to roam bot as a mid laner or something like that, you would lose points. You would get a lot less passive income. I guess the question here, another way to think about this damage thing, is the idea would be, like we were talking about before, that if you lose a little bit of points here because you go to bot lane, and so during the time you're near bot lane or in river, your passive points is going down as a mid laner, how much damage do you need to deal when you take 30 seconds or a minute to go to bot lane in order to make that roam worth it in terms of just points for the quest? Obviously there are other benefits to doing it, but if it's really, compared to the quest system not being there, if there's a downside to the quest, then it makes going bot a little bit, or to another lane or to top lane, worse than it was before. And if it's, if it counters itself out, or you by going and dealing more damage, you actually end up gaining more points, then obviously that could end up being a good thing. So let's take a look at this here. So we know that this was 12 times 8 was like 96 points or something like that. So you get 96 points for 1 minute if you're in mid lane. So what do you get for a minute? 20 times 1, so you get 20 points per minute if you're not in mid lane. So let's say that you take, and some roams, like I said, could take 30 seconds, some could take a minute, but let's say you spend a full minute as a mid laner outside of mid lane, going to a play bot lane or something like that. You would have gained 96 points towards your quest from being in mid lane and gaining that 8 per 5, but you still get 20 points for that minute, even if you're outside of mid lane. So you end up losing 76 points. So how much damage would you have to do to gain 76 points if you're a melee champion or if you're a ranged champion? God, we got to do more math, huh? So if you do this divided by like 1.5%, I think this is right, but someone will say if I'm wrong. I believe that you would take 76 and then you divide by 1.5%, or for a melee champion you would divide by 3%. And the answer is that if you're a ranged champion, in order to get the same amount of points, you'd have to deal 5,066 damage in order to get the points back. And if you're a melee champion, you'd have to do half that, obviously, so you'd have to do 2,533 damage on your roam, which is never going to happen. So what that means is that you get significantly less points for spending a minute roaming bot lane than you would for just sitting in mid lane. Now, how valuable, really, how big of a negative is that? Is, understand that just because there's a negative there doesn't mean it's not worth ever roaming bot. Obviously, the kill gold, the XP that you get, what you do to the game progression, the minions that you deny the enemy bot laner and stuff like that, by getting that roam off, are important and maybe worth way more than losing 76 points on your quest, you know. And keep in mind, you're not even going to lose 76 points on your quest. Let's say, okay, sure, you're not going to ever deal 5,000 damage when you roam bot as a range champion, but let's just say you deal 1,000 damage, you're still going to get some points back. So instead of losing negative 76 points compared to if you've sat in mid, you know, maybe you lose 70 points or maybe you lose 60 points or something like that because you did some damage. So, you know, how much is 60 points towards your quest worth in terms of gold or XP that it would be worth it or not worth it to make that roam to top or to make that roam to bot? That's a really hard question to answer because I don't know what the rewards are yet, so we'll kind of see there. But that would be the idea here, is it is a negative for the quest to roam to bot at any point ever, to ever leave your lane. But if you gain something out of the roam, like a kill, it could be well worth it to do that still. So this does not mean that you should never roam as mid lane. But it definitely means that you have to make sure that you're getting a lot out of it, that you're able to deal a lot of damage or get a lot of kills or assists by doing it. And, you know, that's kind of an interesting thing. I guess you do make up some points too for takedowns, right? You get 25 per champion takedown, and that's 10 more than top lane gets. So obviously you could knock that. Let's say you got 60, you're at minus 76 through the points over time. Then you knock that down to like 60 because you did a bunch of damage while you were there, and you get 2 champion takedowns, and so you end up with only you lose 50 there, so you end up with only minus 10 points towards your quest. So I think when you take champion takedowns into account as well, that can really help. That can really help with that as well. So it's not too bad. It's not very punishing. So it's probably worth it to go for a roam if it's going to be a good roam, and not worth it to go for it if it's not a good roam. And this is barely going to change the equation on that. Quest rewards. Tier 2 boots upgrade to their corresponding Tier 3 boots. If you do not have Tier 2 boots in your inventory upon quest completion, they will be upgraded upon purchase. Every 5 minutes gain an empowered recall, reducing the channel time from 8 seconds to 4 seconds. So this is another thing we did not hear about initially in the changes. When they said that mid laners were gaining empowered recall, I thought they were gaining empowered recall on every single recall. But this says they gain an empowered recall once every 5 minutes. That's not really as good. And on top of that, there are times when, you know, maybe the empowered recall is important and does something, and there's a lot of times when the empowered recall just doesn't do anything. So imagine you have a recall, and because you can't control when you use your empowered recall, you get it, you know, when you don't actually need it, and then it wastes it, and then, you know, 2 minutes later you actually really needed that empowered recall and it's just not there. It just adds kind of an RNG element to the recall that you can't really control, and a lot of times it's just going to get wasted without any real benefit. So I actually don't know why they limited the mid lane empowered recall to only every 5 minutes. I guess they were scared that the quests were too powerful, or that maybe mid lanes was too strong. It just seems weird that it's this every 5 minute one empowered recall once every 5 minutes with no way for you to control it. Champion takedowns reduce the cooldown on empowered recall by 1 minute. Well, I guess in a lot of games then, and probably with the frequency at which you're recalling, 5 minutes was actually not too bad anyways. You were probably, hopefully, not recalling every 3 minutes anyways. So maybe it's not so bad. If you get a bunch of takedowns in a team fight, you're hopefully getting the empowered recall all the time anyways. It's just kind of a weird mechanic to add on to it for sure. I guess the empowered recall benefits winning teams more because you're actually getting takedowns, and losing teams don't benefit as much from the quest, but not a huge deal either way, I guess. So here's the boots. Lucidity boots, 20 ability haste, 45 movement speed, gain 20 summoner spell haste, empowering or protecting allies with abilities, dealing damage to enemy champions with abilities, or casting summoner spells, grants 10% movement speed for 4 seconds. So these are the buffed version of the current ones. I don't think that sounds insane or anything, though, so we'll keep going. Swift March, movement speed 65, fleet-footed, reduce the effectiveness of slows by 40%. Noxian Fervor, gain 5% of your movement speed as adaptive force. These are not that much stronger than the current Feats of Strength boots. Like, I think this is maybe 40% slow reduction instead of a slightly lower amount. This may be a longer number of seconds, but I don't even know if that's true. Otherwise, this is just the same. Oh, I think that this is part of it. It was only empowering or protecting allies with abilities, right? Now it's dealing damage to enemy champions with abilities counts as well. Or casting a summoner spell. Yeah, that part might be new. But I feel like these are mostly like not an insane upgrade or anything like that. Spell Slinger Shoes, upgrades from Sorcerer's Shoes, Magic Pen 18, which is the same. 8% Magic Pen and 45 movement speed. I don't even know. I mean, I should probably pull them up, I guess, to compare. Let me pull up the boots in the client real quick, and I'll tell you what the differences are between the ones that already exist right now. Knowing the client, I'm actually going to go here and the Feats of Strength boots are gone, so I'm not even going to be able to see it to compare. Whatever, we'll just keep going through them. These aren't insane, though. These are pretty similar to the Feats of Strength boots. Gunmetal Greaves, 40% attack speed, 45%, or 40% attack speed, 45 movement speed, 5% lifesteal. Chainlance Crushers, 30 magic resist, 45 movement speed, 15-second cooldown after taking magic damage from a champion, gain a 10 to 120 per level scaling, plus 10% health, magic shield for 5 seconds, armored advance, 35 armor, 45 movement speed, plating reduces incoming damage from attacks by 10%. Were there not more boots here? And then the same thing as the magic damage shield, except with the armor shield. Are they missing boots? I'm really confused. Aren't they missing, like, the... I should probably know as a support player. Oh, maybe they're just gone from the game. The boots that you would go with the quest on them, like Pike and stuff like that, are just gone from the game as far as I can see in the client here. They don't show up for the boots. I already forgot the name of them. I never used them. I like Swiftness boots a lot better. It looks like they're just gone, though. You know what I'm talking about. There were boots that gave you an empowered recall, and they had kind of a quest associated with them. Looks like they're just gone. So we'll probably read about that in item changes or something like that. But that's why those boots are missing from here. Bot lane. We're doubling down on bot laners as the game's defining gold income carries. So this is something I've been asking for a long time as a support player. Games have different roles with different ways of defining them, different parts that they play to the game. It is okay for the quarterback in football to be a bigger impact on the game than, I don't know, the defensive tackle or something like that. It is okay for the pitcher in baseball to have a bigger impact on the game than the guy who's picking his nose in the outfield, right? That's just the way that games are. There's going to be star players who can play in a role that has more impact, carry impact, and that can be fun to watch and exciting and good for the game. There are other players who are role players who want to support really talented players by just doing their job really well in a specialized role. And that's true of every sport, it's true of League, and it's true of other games. And I think that League got really far away from its identity as 80 carries and mid laners being the carries of the team. And you have an 80 carry who is dependent on gold, and once they get a lot of gold and items, they become this really, really strong threat in team fights that's constantly dealing your team's damage over time. And you have mages in mid lane who, cast a bunch of big spells, deal a bunch of burst damage all at once, but then they have to go out and wait for 15 seconds or something like that. These two roles have kind of been lost, and AD carry shifted from being that role that was going to single-handedly 1v9 the game, especially if they had the right pieces around them. So instead of a 1v9, let's call it a 2v8 with their support doing a good job. And it felt good as a support player who wanted to play the support role, not to play a mini mage in bot lane, but to support a talented AD carry player. That role feels rewarding when AD carry is a strong role and can actually carry games as a primary carry role like it's supposed to be. We've had an inversion of that over the years where support and jungle, which were originally the two most supportive roles in the game, have now become the strongest and most impactful roles in the game. Because as League's strategy has evolved over time, being able to move around the map and create man advantages is more important than the amount of damage any AD carry could ever do. And so support and jungle became the most impactful roles. But support and jungle are supposed to be supportive roles, to be 100% honest. The reason why junglers are so frustrated right now is because a lot of people who are playing jungle shouldn't main jungle, because the personality type of the role is all screwed up. Because people who started playing, unlike, me playing way back in the day, a lot of people who didn't start back when the game was like that chose jungle because jungle was that role that was in charge of everything that was going on in the game. They were the quarterback of League. Jungle was the quarterback. They got to decide who was strong side, who was weak side, what we're doing this this turn on the map and that sort of thing. They dictated what was going to go on with the game. And that's something that frustrated a lot of old AD carry players and got them to quit the game or to really be frustrated with AD carry over time. And they haven't, been able to articulate that quite in the same way. But I think that's where a lot of the discontent is coming from AD carry players. And a lot of junglers who maybe started as a supportive style jungler have maybe lost their way in the jungle. And a lot of junglers who came into the role later, who maybe started playing League in season 6+, they're coming into the game thinking, I'm the decision maker, the impact maker on the game. I'm the carry role. And now this update feels like they're taking your role away from you. And so when people complain, like Dantes, about jungle being completely gutted as a role and changed so much, it's because that's what's happening. What happened to AD carries back then is happening to junglers now. A lot of the people who are playing jungle now are playing jungle now because they want to carry the game. They want a 1v9. They think they're the deciding role. They want gold and resources, and they want to be able to create man advantages whenever they want. And it's just too much power in one role. And they're complaining now that we're shifting back, hopefully, to the way the League was in the past, where AD carry players were in combination with a good supporting cast, we're able to determine the outcome of games. And we'll see what's going to happen with that. But I'm excited for it as a support player. And I'm excited for my AD carry friends out there to see what they're going to do with this. So let's see what they got. We're doubling down on bot laners as the game's defining gold income carries. Bot laners progress their quest more from minion kills than other positions and are rewarded with some upfront gold, increased gold income for the rest of the game, and the ability to move their boots into the role quest slot, freeing up an inventory slot for more component items or even a fully completed 6th item if the game goes long enough. Golden experience from minions reduced by 25% outside of bot lane until level 3 like all the other ones. You need 1350 points. You get 1.5 points per minion kill, but plus 3 in bot lane. Top and mid lane were 2. 30 per epic monster takedown is the same. 25 per turret takedown, and 50 if you're in bot lane in the proper lane. I think is the same as the other roles. Same thing as plus 20 per turret plate, but 40 if you're in bot lane is the same as the other roles. 15 per champion takedown is the same as top lane, but 10 less than mid lane, which encourages, again, mid laners to be able to maybe roam like they always do and get some of those points back. So mid laners getting that extra points for damage and for extra points for champion takedowns makes roaming worth it on mid laners if you actually get the takedowns. If you don't get the takedowns, it's doubly punishing though, because it hurts both your quest and the other things you would normally lose out on, like maybe you die going for a really bad play on a roam, or you miss minions while you're doing it. So I think it's doubly punishing if you're a mid laner and you make a bad roam. But if you make a good roam, well, it's maybe about as good as before. So That does make roaming more risky for mid laners in general, I think, though. But yeah, so you get that per takedown. Same 1 per 3 seconds passively, increased to 8 per 5 if you're in bot lane. So obviously you're just getting a lot more from minion kills, and that's also going to mean that AD carries are maybe going to want to play potentially a little bit more passively, kind of the way you're supposed to play to. Maybe play more for CS. Maybe champions that can play for CS a little bit easier or want to play for CS easier are going to be maybe a little bit more prevalent because they're rewarded for that. Maybe not. Maybe all of them are getting CS fine anyways, and it doesn't make a difference. The quest reward itself, you're going to get 300 gold, like we talked about, listed on the PBE. Not really that much. Not enough that it's going to radically change, too much. It's strong to get 300 gold when you complete your quest, but it's not an amount that screams broken or super strong to me. 2 gold per minion kill for the rest of the game. This can actually add up, because if we think about 2 gold per minion kill, how long does that take to even just reach 300? It takes 150 minions. So that's kind of a lot. But the point is that, obviously when it's per minion kill for the rest of the game, this could actually be as big as this. Well, it's slower though, and time value of gold matters a lot in League. So getting 300 gold right away is a lot better than getting 300 gold like 20 minutes later. But yeah, this is important too. So you get 300 gold, then you get 2 gold per minion kill for the rest of the game, and 50 champion gold, or 50 gold per takedown on champions for the rest of the game. That's big as well. Another thing we hadn't heard specific numbers on and stuff like that. And then boots move to the role quest slot, effectively opening up a 7th item slot. This is all good stuff. It doesn't sound like it's going to be crazy broken to me. Honestly, neither does the top lane one. I think people freaked out about the role quest, but with every role having a quest, and support and jungle not really gating one because they already had one, obviously that's going to mean that the power level for AD carry, for mid lane, and for top lane goes up, and the power level for support and jungle goes down, which I think is exactly what the game needed, even though I'm a support player. As for, people saying that the role quest sounded really crazy and broken, it's this overreaction to hearing what the initial changes are going to be and how different they are than the game's been in the past. But the reality is, as I read, okay, so top laners get to teleport once every 7 minutes, which really just enables them to maybe take Ignite in top lane versus each other. Or, if they're a tank, they get a pretty big shield. Well, the level cap could matter a lot depending on the 12.5% increased XP. If they get to level 18, 19, 20 consistently every game, that could matter a lot. But it's going to be countered out by some of the power here in these other roles as well. I think they're all getting a nice power increase, and we're going to see how that shakes out. Another thing, obviously, we'll get to it later. I'm sure they'll mention it, but while we're on the topic of AD carries and them getting buffed and things like that, keep in mind that obviously the buff to crit chance going from 100% from 175%, let's say, to 200%, or however you want to put that. I think that change is obviously going to disproportionately affect AD carries. Now, it does affect other champions as well. If you're playing a crit champion like Tryndamere, Yasuo, Yone in other roles, that matters a lot too. But in general, since most AD carry champions are building crit, that's going to be a significant buff to AD carries as well. That's just not listed here in the AD carry quest. Support. The support quest is already very fulfilling and functional. And as they say, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. Well, they say if it ain't broken, don't fix it. But Riot lives in California, so it is what it is. That said, we did want to take this opportunity to localize the role quest to bot lane, similar to the other quest, while also adding a few quality of life upgrades to the quest. Gone are the days of having to sacrifice one of your item slots for control wards. Now is the time for laners and junglers to fear the potential of a 6-item support. You never get to 6 items as a support. Don't worry about that. That's a joke from Riot. Golden experience from minion kills and from support quest items is reduced by 25% out of bot lane until level 3. So this makes it much less worthwhile, in the same way as for mid lane, to go for like a level 2 roam to mid lane. And I think mid laners are going to appreciate that one. Zazax, Realm Spike, Solstice Slate, Bloodsong, Dreammaker, and Celestial Opposition. 5 gold per 10 seconds to 9 gold per 10 seconds. Keep in mind, though, right, that this just means that because the support quest, unlike the other ones, isn't based on points. It's based on getting to a certain gold amount. This may be something other roles aren't familiar with. So this doesn't actually give support players more gold. This just gives them... Oh, wait. Actually, I'm wrong. No, they're saying, because this is after you've gotten the item. Maybe it's not a joke. Maybe you guys are going to have to worry about 6-item support. That's kind of crazy. Wait a second. So how much gold am I getting? So I'm getting an extra 4 gold per 10. So 4 times 6. So I'm getting an extra 24 gold a minute. So over like 10 minutes, I'm getting like 240 gold. That's really good. That's like, I mean... They don't want to write it like that, but imagine if they said that like supports, once they complete their support quest, will get like 240 gold over the next 10 minutes. That's a lot. That's like the 80 carry quest. That shouldn't have happened. I'll be honest. As a support player, that's just ridiculous. I'm going to stick with my guns on what I said earlier. Another piece of support is that historically support is supposed to be a low income role where you're able to try to do more with less. Your impact is supposed to be through doing the things that really help the more powerful roles. You can still have agency on the game as support, even if you don't have gold. You can have agency on the game by helping the players that are trying to earn gold, by protecting them and not getting them killed, playing the game properly. You help the other players. But then that power is kind of out of your hands or out of your control. But that's what being a support is. You're enabling those people to do well in the more powerful, impactful roles, and you're working on a lower income in order to do this. Supports have an insane amount of income right now, more than ever before. And with this change, actually adding an extra 4 gold per 10 after you complete your support item for the rest of the game, that is going to be absolutely insane. So I actually think that's just a bad change, to be honest. The other thing, of course, which I've heard people talking about already, not that this is necessarily going to be good, I do not think that this 240 gold, maybe starting when you complete your support quest at like 10 or 12 minutes or something like that, to 20 minutes or something, 22 minutes, I do not think that that is enough gold to make mage supports become, much more viable or something like that, or like support champions that maybe can utilize gold a little bit better. There's been some talk and some arguments about, supports receiving so much income right now that you're going to make mage supports very viable because they're going to get so much income that they're going to be, like mid lane champions in the late game, and that could be more impactful than other types of support champions. Fortunately, other support archetypes like enchanters are so broken anyways that it's not like a mage is going to outscale the impact an enchanter is going to have. You'd much rather have an enchanter, you'd much rather have a Braum than you would, even though he's a different category, you'd much rather have these scaling champions than you would a Lux support with a little bit of gold. So I don't think that this necessarily makes mages viable in bot lane, but it certainly pushes more in that direction of you can start asking, well, what if I played an 80 carry champion in bot lane now that crit strike is higher and I'm getting a bunch more gold? There's some weird off-meta stuff you could start to look into because support gold income has never been at this level before. And so there's some weird things that you can make work for sure and support because of that. And Riot, if people do that, Riot, and it's viable, Riot's going to have to take a look at actually fixing that because it's going to be crazy. After quest completion, control ward gold cost is reduced to 40 gold. This is really big. When I hit Challenger, I actually didn't buy control wards. I ran the math, I ran the numbers, I thought about it a lot. I averaged about 1 control ward. I did buy some. I averaged about 1 control ward per game to Challenger earlier last year. And the reason why that is because control wards are a waste of gold. Bringing the cost down to 40 gold is a significant change in the equation to maybe making control wards actually worth it to buy. So I'm a big control ward hater, but at 40 gold, we might be able to make a deal. I might buy a few more control wards. But most of the time, you place them, they get killed really fast, they're indefensible, you can't always be around that control ward to defend it. So I like to get 1 or 2 a game when I have the extra gold for it and it doesn't change anything in my buy. for, control warding an important neutral objective like a Baron, or back, in last season, an Atakhan or something like that. But control wards suck. They just suck. That's just the way that it is. For 40 gold, though, it could be worth it. And the item slot thing actually matters. On support, you've got your support item taking up a slot. You got boots taking up a slot. You got your first item, like let's say you're working on like a locket or something, is taking up a slot. Then you've got cookies are taking up a slot, and a lot of times you're taking cookies on support, so that's 4. I take refillable pot in lane almost every game on Braum. Other support champions, some do, some don't, but refillable pot is a really strong item. I've said this before, but refillable pot costs 150 gold. If you're able to use all of the healing from it, it gives you like 300 health or something like that, or maybe it's 240. Ruby Crystal gives you 200 health, and it's 400 gold. So you can see that you get more HP from refillable potion for 150 gold than you get from Ruby Crystal, and it costs 400 gold. So obviously refill pot is like a super, super strong item. Mid laners and top laners in high elo buy refill pot every single game. So refill pot is extremely strong little item you should be picking up every game. I really like it every game on support, especially because I'm playing a support champion like Braum that gets poked out of lane a lot. And the point, going back to my inventory slots, is if I've got boots, my first item I'm working on, which has like 3 component slots too, by the way, depending on what point you're in. Not just one, but we'll just call it Kindle Gem for now. I've got biscuits, I've got refill pot, and if I pick up a control word, I've got a control word. So there are definitely... Oh, and I take magical footwear, so even worse, I can delay my boots coming in if my inventory is full. Control wards, even early into the game, although I guess you don't get this until the slot quest completes anyways. Maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe by that point you're good. There are definitely a lot of times when you run into inventory cap on support because of all that junk I just mentioned. So getting control wards out of an inventory slot feels really nice. Okay. Also, you can store up to 2 control wards on your role quest slot instead of your like the one that you get in your item inventory. Oh. It's been so long since I bought 2 control words. I thought that you couldn't buy 2 control words. It's so bad to hold 2 control words in your inventory. I forgot that was even a thing that you could normally do. Okay, that is not an extra bonus to the quest completion. It's written like that too. I don't know, but it's just saying that you can have up to 2 control words there, just like you can in your inventory. But yeah, don't do that. Don't sit on 2 control words. That's really bad. Atakhan, Blood Roses, Feats, and Kills. So these things are being removed. With the new season, we're waving goodbye to Atakhan, Blood Roses, Feats of Strength. These three features combine to make Summoner's Rift in 2025 unique, but Atakhan's story has come to an end, and ultimately these features weren't having a positive enough effect on the game for us to be confident to keep them in the game long term. Not to mention many of you letting us know that these weren't features you were all fans of. Atakhan in particular contributed to an extremely objective-focused game that tended to narrow the possibilities of what a game on Summoner's Rift could be. Ultimately, these 3 features were increasing the complexity of Summoner's Rift without providing enough value, so they've been removed to make room for new features. Since we've removed Feats of Strength, First Blood and First Turret Destroyed once again grant increased gold. We're also reducing the value of frequently killed champions, but letting them re-earn their way back to full value faster. There's so many things here we need to start. Okay, so first, my thoughts on Atakhan being removed more than anything. I'm disappointed about Atakhan being removed, and I've heard some of this from some other people too, but I have a little bit of a different take on it. One of the reasons why I'm disappointed with Atakhan being removed is that in the past, Riot has had this game balance philosophy of we introduce a new champion into the game and people don't understand how to play against it, but it's like a puzzle and it creates interest and you have to figure out how to play against the champion. And even if it's annoying or it forces you to learn a different play pattern or something like that, this new thing's introduced into the game and you have to figure it out. And it's there and you got to figure it out. I thought that Atakhan was one of the most interesting elements of gameplay that has existed in League or been added to League for a really long time. There were like really good pro teams like Cloud9 who had not figured out how to play against Atakhan or to how to play Atakhan fights and takes after a year of playing competitively at a high level. Well, NA, but still at a tier 1, well, NA, maybe a tier 2 level, okay? But still, the point is that there were professional teams of great players that still had not figured out how to play around Atakhan. And so the dynamic of Atakhan really shredding your resistances and making it really the rule of thumb, which I still, maybe Cloud9 should have hired me, but the rule of thumb was that you could not start Atakhan even 4v5. If you started Atakhan 4v5 and the enemy team properly slowly contested you by poking you out while you were getting shredded and then committing to an all-in team fight at the end of Atakhan, you were going to get wiped by the enemy team because losing 50 armor and 50 magic resist is so impactful on your entire team with no way to avoid the shred. It's too impactful. You can dodge the, it had two abilities, the bolts and the spinning thing. You could dodge the bolts and, save yourself some armor and magic resist shred in the short term. But over the time it would take you to do Atakhan, you were going to get hit with the shred. You could avoid the circular one by walking all the way out of Atakhan's range and not hitting during that time. But there weren't any champions. Maybe there was one or something that I don't know. But you couldn't hit Atakhan at the same time as avoiding the spinning shred. So you have to, you could avoid it and then re-enter, but you would significantly delay your DPS if you did that as an AD carry, and you'd take forever to do it. So the point is that as a rule of thumb, you couldn't just start Atakhan even if you had a pick. So a lot of teams, even good teams, were starting Atakhan and then getting wiped in throwing games. And especially in solo queue, this would happen because in solo queue, people were even more unaware. And so they would start Atakhan 5v5 like you would do every other objective because you're winning the game. And in League, when you're winning the game for the past 15 years, you start a neutral objective and force the enemy team to come into you and fight you because the onus is on them to have to run into you and fight you over the objective if they don't want you to just watch you take it. Atakhan didn't really work the same way. If you start Atakhan and wait for the enemy team to come into you, the enemy team will just come into you and wipe you even if they're 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 gold behind. And so a lot of teams in solo queue threw over Atakhan over and over again. That created a frustrating feeling, but I truly believe that it was because players never figured out how to play around Atakhan, not because Atakhan was a bad objective. It's just that people were dumb and hadn't figured out how to play around it. I would have liked to see Atakhan, with the amount of work that went into it, the amount of time to come up with the concept and balance it, I would have liked to see Atakhan stick around. Now, I get also there was the thematic reason why Atakhan was introduced into the game, and so it was probably always going to go after 1 year, but it was a really big change to the game to be thrown away before people had even figured it out. And I think that that was a little bit strange, and so I was disappointed about the way that Atakhan went. I thought that it was a really interesting objective, and I was sad to see it go. Also, as a Braum player, maybe I just like team fights, and so it was surprising to me, actually, when I heard that so many people, well, I guess not super surprising. I know that people like their emphasis on their lanes and individual agency, but team fights are a really fun part of League. I think team fights are one of the most fun parts of League, but maybe that's because I'm a support player. But yeah, I think team fights are a really fun part of League, and I was surprised that people were so upset about there being more team play and 5v5 fights around Atakhan. I thought the fights around Atakhan that were a clown fiesta where, especially because of that, both teams would wipe each other, or there was no way that, the remaining 2 or 3 people left alive, or, 2 people on one team and 1 person on another team, you'd fight over Atakhan 2 or 3 times in a row because you just wipe each other and no one would be able to do it afterwards. I thought that that was a really fun gameplay that I hadn't experienced in a long time, where you just ended up having to go back to the same objective and fight over it over and over again. So that's my thoughts. I think it's kind of sad that Atakhan's gone. Same thing with blood roses. People didn't realize that like the big blood roses were worth like a ridiculous amount of gold. They were probably worth like 300 to 600 gold, depending on how early into the game it was. And so people didn't know that like you should absolutely prioritize getting the petals and the flowers over like literally everything. And so people would just constantly, even my games in Master Plus, people would just like let the other team walk and get a petal in lane versus them instead of always instantly contesting it, even arguably flashing for it. I don't think I ever saw somebody flash for a big rose, even though it was worth like 300 gold, and you would always flash for a kill or to try to preserve your life. So people are happy to waste flash and die anyways, but they would never flash for a rose. So I think that it was the same thing. People didn't understand how valuable the roses were and didn't play around them. Another thing about Atakhan people didn't understand or play around was that half of the roses that you get from Atakhan spawn in the 4 minutes leading up to Atakhan spawning or something like that. Maybe 4 minutes is wrong. Maybe it was, I think it was 4 minutes actually. Maybe the time is a little bit different. But basically, your reward for killing Atakhan was the same amount of roses as spawn in the area around the pit for the 4 minutes before it spawns. So whoever was solo laning around the pit where Atakhan was going to spawn for the 4 minutes before that, if they didn't know how important the roses were and how much gold and XP they were worth, and they didn't prioritize picking them up, or if you as a support player could play around and hover your laner who was solo laning around that lane before Atakhan spawned, you could get your team a huge rose advantage before Atakhan even spawned. Another thing people just never learned and never played around. So it's just really sad that all of that nuance existed in the game and people barely had a chance to explore it and figure it out. And, you know, it's just gone. But that's neither here nor there. The other take I have on it is that if you're investing a bunch of time and energy into creating a massive system change for the game, like Atakhan, I think that it needs to either stay in the game longer or the effort should be put towards things that are going to stay in the game longer. So I get that the thematic splits are fun. It was part of the thematic split and it was probably going to go after a year anyways, but I wish that the same amount of effort and time that went into designing Atakhan had gone into like permanent systems like creativity with more rune choices and more item choices and stuff like that. That would have been, in my opinion, a better use of time from Riot, because then those changes could stick around for a long time. Having to devote so many balancing resources and creative resources to implementing these thematic things only for them to get scrapped after a year feels like a waste of energy that could be put into making other parts of League permanently more interesting and fun. But we'll see this in one of the dev updates here. They actually mentioned that they are working on some changes to the game that they're not ready to announce specifics of, but they are actually working on revamping the whole rune system. So they're doing both, which is great. But maybe it could have been done instead of Atakhan or something like that. For example, if Atakhan was going to get removed anyways. Okay, so here are the actual list of changes really specifically real quick. Feats of Strength has been removed from the game. First Blood once again grants 100 gold to the killer. The first turret destroyed once again grants 300 gold. Atakhan has been removed from the game and will no longer spawn. Blood Roses have been removed from the game and will no longer spawn. Base kill gold devaluation per 1 gold given on death. So this is what they're talking about, making players worth less gold if they're getting far behind or something like that. Base kill gold devaluation per 1 gold given on death, 0.2 to 0.4. For example, dying and giving away 300 gold will reduce your base kill gold by 75 gold. So this is actually doubling the amount that your kill gold is going to go down by per death, which is pretty significant. So that is a really big comeback mechanic piece as well. Like we were talking about this shift between making the games more comebackable and 50-50 and like rewarding players for getting behind or rewarding players with a snowball for getting ahead. This is another change that will actually result in players who are not as good being able to keep the game somewhat even. So, you know, it depends on your opinion on that, but that's just how that's going to work. Is players who are feeding are going to give over less gold, and the game's still going to be a little bit more winnable, which is nice, I suppose, if your teammate is feeding and you're trying to carry the game. Not nice if you're the person trying to get kills and carry the game on the other team or whatever, or you're getting kills and you're getting less gold for them or whatever. This is also really important because there's a lot of dynamics that work off of this in League in terms of how much gold and XP you're actually getting for a kill that can make things like ganks onto feeding targets much less worthwhile than doing camps, or it can make even making aggressive plays or using important cooldowns like flash and ult for champions that are worth significantly less gold obviously is not as worthwhile. And so risking it all when you're worth more gold and XP if they kill you or if they trade 1-for-1 becomes even less worth it if they're not worth a lot of gold. And that can actually take a lot of action out of the game in a high level where people realize that it's not worth it to go for a kill on a target that's worth not very much gold and XP. And that can actually lead to a really stale game where people aren't playing aggressively at all. Base kill gold revaluation per 1 gold earned. Okay, this is interesting though. This goes back the other direction. But per 1 gold earned, your kill gold going back up is going from 0.1 to 0.2. So that, which doesn't affect the accrual of positive bounties, it affects you going back towards 300 gold in terms of your worth. So you'll devalue in terms of gold faster, but you'll also revalue in terms of gold faster. What that means is that you'll start off being worth your 300 gold. If you die, you're going to become worth less gold at twice the rate. But also when you earn gold from minions and stuff, farming and getting kills and stuff like that, and then you become worth gold again, that's also going to go up much faster. So maybe that's just a more accurate system that's a little bit faster to reflect how little or how much gold someone should be worth. So kind of hard to say what the net effect of that will be on someone who's, let's say, feeding and that sort of thing. Epic objective tuning. Our pass on epic monsters for this season is intended to make them more contestable, empowering junglers to better solo objectives. That's just not true. Make them more sustainable and tunable, and ultimately more consistent to interact with. We want to increase the risk incurred when taking epic monsters, bringing it closer to the danger level of pushing for turrets. To do this, we're making these epic monsters more resistant to physical and magic damage, which means the team will take anywhere from 10 to 30% longer to kill them. How can junglers solo them better if it takes 10 to 30% longer to kill them? In the case of late game elemental drakes, they are being slowed even further. Claiming Dragon Soul is just as impactful as taking Baron Nashor, so we want the time commitment for doing so to be comparable. Because true damage sources such as the Jungle Pet and Smite are unaffected, junglers who solo these objectives won't be nearly as penalized, but they still will be penalized, which means playing for lane priority in order to give your jungler cover is comparatively more powerful. That's sort of true, but it's also sort of wrong, because if it takes you a lot longer to do the neutral objective in general, getting priority in your lane by shoving out one wave might actually not be enough time to be able to go get the objective. And that could actually make it much less powerful, but that's kind of a nuanced thing. Most epic monsters also no longer reward simply being around it when it dies, meaning laners can continue to focus on lane control. Okay, so like Baron gives like a tremendous amount of XP to those around it when it's killed, and maybe they're going to get rid of that. This increase in resistances and a small buff to Smite also protect junglers from non-jungler objective steals. That's true. Junglers are already under a lot of pressure to perform around these objectives, and that level of stress can burn a lot of players out. I don't think that that's true. So we're making this specific portion of jungle gameplay more forgiving. Well, I don't think that that's true, but I think that I just think that maybe burnout is the wrong term, but I think actually what they're describing is maybe junglers, people who try jungle as a role, just to try out the role, or who have ever been filled jungle or whatever, know that you have a harder time of smiting than the enemy jungler who's really experienced with smite. And if you lose those, we've all had those games where we've had a jungler who was filled, who or was trying jungle or whatever, who just missed every single smite to the enemy jungler. And when that happens, that is definitely something that would discourage people from continuing to play the role. And Riot wants the role to be a little bit more popular. And obviously, these changes are necessary to bring the role's power into line, but also hurt the popularity of the role. And so, that could be a reason there. They probably could have given Smite more, actually, because they only gave it's the same rank 1, and then it only gets 100 and then 200 more at rank 2 and rank 3. So I don't know. Okay, we've also done a pass on epic monster rewards, aiming to make most of them give roughly as much gold and twice as much experience as a typical jungle camp, which we think is a fair reward for camps that mostly just cost time. For game-ending objectives, namely Elder Dragon and Baron Nashor, we're substantially curtailing their gold rewards, choosing instead to retain their emphasis on buff power and experience. That's scary because that can actually make them much less powerful, unless they buff the buffs. But that can make them much less powerful because permanent buffs tend to be much more, or a gold reward permanent buff tends to be much more powerful than the temporary buffs. If you have much more ability to throw those temporary buffs. The experience value of these epic monsters is remaining high, and we're refactoring their comeback experience mechanics in order to make them strong tuning points for mounting a comeback for the losing team. The buff power is remaining because they should be strong, time-limited moments that meaningfully change how each game plays out. What they're saying here with this previous sentence, though, is that they're going to potentially look in the future at using the way that these objectives work, like Baron, Elder Dragon, Dragon Soul, things like that, to make it easier for teams to come back into the game by winning, if they manage to win over one of those objectives or steal it or something like that. In the past, epic monsters have had inconsistent scaling, with some caring about game time, some caring about level, and some having a mix of other factors. We've rebuilt all epic monster scaling to have base stats and level ups similar to how champions do. Each epic monster has a minimum level that's aligned with the typical game, but ensures outliers aren't too squishy. They've all been given the same underlying armor and magic resist growth, which roughly mirrors what champion versus champion combat feels like and should scale appropriately for champions of any damage type. These changes have the added benefit of making experiences like multiplayer practice tool more productive, as a level 15 Baron team fight will always behave like a level 15 Baron team fight, regardless of how many minutes into the game you are. Well, I don't know about that, but that's okay. Okay, so elemental drakes will have up to 35% more effective HP. That is a ton. Increased further for teams who approach Dragon Soul, has the Dragon Vengeance mechanic. That this is another thing people don't know that exists in the game. I actually had heard about it many years ago and was not sure if it was still in the game because the buff didn't show visually on the team that was winning. But when you take a dragon, you actually do less damage to the next dragon. So I don't remember what the exact numbers were, but there's a thing in the game, another hidden mechanic, where if you take a dragon, your team does like 10% less damage to the next dragon. It's basically a way to make it so that, the further along you get towards Dragon Soul and stuff like that, the longer it takes. And if you're already ahead anyways, and you're going to deal a ton of damage, that instead of just bursting dragons down really quickly, you do it a little bit slower, and they're at least a little bit more contestable for the losing team. And that's staying, obviously, because they say as Dragon Vengeance mechanic that gives them damage reduction has been buffed, causing super late game soul takes to last about twice as long. So they're making it a significantly bigger factor in the game. We're picking Dragon Vengeance for the primary buff here because we want losing teams to have a fair shot at taking a low-value elemental drake, but we want Dragon Soul to be strongly contestable. Drakes still don't deal very much damage, which is an intended part of their combat. Their local rewards are actually going up this season Unlike most other epic monsters, we want to make sure that junglers feel appropriately rewarded for skipping out on a camp or two to take team-wide objectives, so we're ensuring that they're properly compensated in gold and XP for taking risk on behalf of the team. We've also simplified and buffed all dragons' comeback experience mechanic, which rewards underleveled champions on the losing team. Minimum level 6 unchanged, health 5,730 to 13,790. I don't even know what this means. Oh, 5,730 to 13,790 to 3,625 plus 375 growth, which ends up being 5,106 to 10,000. Now that's a lower HP amount, but don't be fooled, because when they say effective HP, that takes into account HP and armor and magic resist. So the armor and magic resist is now much higher. Its effective HP will be, like they said, like 35%, up to 35% more effective HP. 21 armor to 34 plus 8 growth. So it's going from 21 armor on the elemental dragons to 66 to 170. And it's going from 30 magic resist to 48 to 100. So obviously that is going to make it a lot tankier. Mountain drakes have plus 15% HP, which is 4,200 HP plus 430 growth, instead of 20 armor and magic resist. Dragon Vengeance damage reduction is going from 7, 14 to 21% to 15, 30, 45%. That is insane. Wow. Dragon Vengeance no longer increases damage to champions by 20 to 60% though, so they're just going to be a lot tankier, but they're going to do a lot less damage. That's going to be kind of boring, but interesting. Dragon Vengeance tooltip now shows its numbers more accurately. I don't know that there was a proper tooltip before. Kill gold 25 to 75. Yeah, so we got to get into this topic here real quick too, which is, unfortunately, dragons may not be very good. One thing that's really big about Atakhan being removed is that Baron is being pushed back to spawning at 20 minutes. And because of that, Dragon Soul is often actually going to fall after Baron's taken. And so if you can get Baron and close out a game, there's going to be some percentage of games where games are just closed out before Dragon Soul even happens, even if a team is stacking a bunch of dragons. Add on top of that, that dragons are going to be so much slower to take, it feels like is really not going to be worth going out of your way to take that dragon at minute 6 into the game. Junglers actually at a high level already know that it's not worth it, even with the current dragons most of the time, to take a dragon at minute 6 or something like that anyways. It's just not worth it because of the amount of camps they have to skip out on. Increasing the kill gold by 50 is not going to incentivize junglers enough, an extra 50 gold, to skip camps to do a dragon that's taking so much longer to take and has a lot higher risk associated with it too, because you need such a fat window in order to be able to take it without being contested. I think a lot of junglers at a high level who are smart about the game are probably not going to focus on dragons and kind of just keep clearing their camps, because that's going to be so much more efficient and faster than doing the dragons. So I think dragon sucks now. Like, the thing that you have to keep in mind is that even if the reward is the same, if it takes too much time, even for the team to do it, takes time away from farming bot lane or something for your AD carry to go get it, this just may not be worth it for how much tankier it's getting. And then the local XP is going up as well as the gold, so the XP is going from 150 to 330 to 160 to 400. But this is, again, this is barely anything. This is 10 extra XP at level 6. And then this is just increasing the scaling to level 18, but it's not actually even necessarily increasing the amount by that much. So, and 70 XP when you're level 18 into the game is nothing. So this is really not great. Comeback XP is now linear instead of quadratic, but still scales up to 2x at a 4-level deficit. Well, God, I've been out of school for so long. The main thing here is that, like they said, they're increasing the amount of XP that you get as comeback XP if you're behind. So I can think of a couple of things here. One, we were just talking about how bad Dragon could be, how bad it could be to decide to take it as a jungler and spend too much time on it. One of the real problems here is that if you get a lot of extra comeback XP from stealing a dragon, imagine committing a ton of time to doing a dragon as the winning team because of the Dragon Vengeance buff and it already being a huge amount tankier. You commit all this time to doing dragon, and then the enemy comes and steals it and gets a bunch of bonus XP because the comeback XP is higher. That seems really bad. But honestly, it's not that much. I mean, it's only 2x at a level 4 deficit. You shouldn't be 4 levels down anyways, especially in jungle, so that just shouldn't exist. And the amount of XP, right, this is the comeback XP giving you more on this local XP, I believe. So if that's the case, the local XP is kind of low anyways, and so maybe it just doesn't matter that much. One thing I could really see happening too is teams trading dragons back and forth. Because let's say that you kind of handshake trading dragons back and forth and you go for a play on the top side of the map while they get their dragon, and then maybe the other time you get your play on bot side and take a dragon and they go for their play on top side. You might like to do that better because it's so much easier to take dragon. Like, forget having more time to contest dragon when the team doing it has already taken a bunch. It's easier and faster for you to take it. If the enemy team has 3 dragons and you have none, you can just go take that thing quickly. Whereas for them, it's really slow. So I think that, like, dragon, after dragon 1, 2, it's like giving you the option to, as the losing team, take a dragon so much faster. It's kind of like a neutral efficiency trade-off where, like, in theory, if people know what they're going to do, you can handshake and say, you guys would take this dragon really slowly and get contested in a way that could be risky and not worth it, and we can take it really fast. So we're going to make our play and our resources onto dragon, and you're going to go for your play and your resources to top lane or to a different objective. And that's okay because it's efficient for both teams to do the right thing. And so at a high level, you could see a lot of handshaking dragon back and forth at a pro level because it's just efficient for both teams to do that. So that's kind of a weird dynamic. Okay, Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon already scaled its durability with level, but we're cleaning up the functionality of it. Like with Baron later on, its overall gold value is going down, while the experience value is being placed entirely into team-wide global XP and ensuring it's amplified by the monster comeback XP for weaker players on the losing team. Ultimately, Elder Dragon will have around 20% more effective HP, but should otherwise feel similar. The minimum level change shouldn't mean much except for anyone who likes looking at the official league wiki, as now the minimum values more closely match what players will actually encounter in their games. The minimum level going from 10 to 13, the armor going from 120 to 189 to 122 to 170, so it's actually getting a little bit less armor there. Then the magic resist going from 70 to 113 to 76 to 100. So same thing, the magic resist going a little bit down later there, a little bit up early. Yeah, this doesn't, I see what they mean. Elder Dragon isn't going to exist early anyways, though, so that's kind of useless. 13,600, so it's just a little bit more, or a little bit less armor and magic resist later on, when you'd actually have an Elder Dragon. And then 13,650 health to 17,130 health to 17,796 to 21,275. So it's going from 13k to 17k, and from 13k to 17k, from 17k to 21k. So while its armor and magic resist are going down just slightly later on into the game, its health is going up by a large amount, making it have around 20% more effective HP. So it's becoming a lot tankier as well. Gold 100 kill gold plus 250 global gold. Now it's 100 kill gold and 150 global gold, so less global gold on Elder. I don't really think that matters a whole lot. It does make it a little bit less rewarding for an objective that's so much slower to take, though. Total gold 1350 to 850. This is losing 500 gold on it. Experience, that's coming from everyone losing 100 less global gold. Experience 830 local and 500 global, 0 local and 650 global. Total experience is down by a little bit under 100. So the experience is about the same, but it's just all global now instead of local. I think that's okay. Comeback XP is now linear instead of quadratic, but still scales up to 2x at a 4-level deficit. So same thing, if it gets stolen or something like that, the enemy team is going to get a lot more XP. Void Grubs. Void Grubs have generally been an epic monster camp that's more about getting yourself ahead and rewarding the whole team for running over to assist in the takedown. With this season's increased focus on pushing turrets, we think the buff already rewards that playstyle strongly, but we want to reduce the pressure on having the whole team roam up for grubs. So I'll just mention this now before we get through the rest of the paragraph. We should think about the value of different objectives because people completely misunderstand this. Grubs and Rift Herald were the two weakest neutral objectives that existed in Season 15. Baron obviously was really important. Atakhan was super important. Elder Dragon was super important if you even got there. Soul is really important in stacking elemental dragons to give yourself a chance at Soul or to get just their buffs on their own as you're stacking them. Very important. But, Void Grubs and Rift Herald were pretty underwhelming. So those were the two weakest neutral objectives of last season. Since Atakhan is gone, that just makes, Baron and Elder Dragon more important and Dragon Soul more important. But what we've seen so far, and obviously we haven't gotten into the changes on Void Grubs, Rift Herald, and Baron, and they're probably all getting tankier as well. But if Dragons were to, let's say, get much tankier and slower to take, but Void Grubs and Rift Herald don't, then that could push the priority of Void Grubs and Rift Herald up a little bit because they're a little bit more efficient compared to before, compared to Dragons. So that's something to keep in mind. It's also a lever Riot could have pulled but maybe didn't, is they might have considered if Void Grubs are too underpowered or Rift Herald is too underpowered, they could have made it a little bit easier to take compared to Dragons since they're making Dragon harder to take. That being said, what we're talking about here in this first half of this paragraph is just another misunderstanding from players. Void Grubs aren't like Void Grubs back when there were 2 spawns and it was like, and you spawn way more Void Mites and you did way more damage to turrets. Void Grubs back in Season 14 were really impactful, and so support would roam for every single Void Grub spawn. A lot of that habit has just carried over into the new season, but there's absolutely zero reason why you should be going to Void Grubs as a support. And, we'll see what the changes are here, but that should probably stay the same because they're saying actually they want to push that even more, that you shouldn't be roaming over to the Grubs. So just keep that in mind, that may have been a misconception you held last year. Void Grubs have generally, we read this part, we also want to make it easier for laners to run over and take a single Void Grub and then leave back to their lane. To accomplish these goals, we're concentrating the gold reward purely on the killer of each monster and retuning the rewards to be more in line with our goals for camps like these. We're also reducing the camp's damage in order to make them less scary for non-junglers to engage with. As with most other epic monsters, their durability is increasing as well. As a point of clarification, the changes to Void Mites only affect the monster camp version and have no impact on the reward mites summoned from taking down the camp. Okay. Minimum level 4 to 7, armor 0 to 34, plus 8 growth, so 73 plus. I guess they mean at like level 18 there. It can get to 73. But I don't know what they mean by plus. I'm not sure what that means. Anyways, it's going from 0 armor to having a substantial amount of armor. It's going from 0 magic resist to having a substantial amount of magic resist. Its health is going from 2,250 to 3,750 to 1,300 plus 200 growth. It's annoying that they didn't say the amount here. They just said 2,269. I'm sure that with the magic resist and armor increasing, like they said, it's just going to be much more durable. AD 30 to 45 by game time, 12 plus 2 growth, 22%. I don't understand the format of how they've written this 51 plus, because 32 plus 4 growth. What is 4 times 18? Is it around 51? No, that's 72. Yeah, I don't understand what this means. I actually don't understand. It's obviously it's getting tankier. I'd like to know what's happening with its AD. They said they're making it do less damage, so the AD is probably less. Grubs now deal 50% more damage to non-champions, matching Dragon and Baron. So that can help prevent, Heimer turrets and weird stuff like that from taking it. Might AD, 4.2 to 6.6 by game time. These are the little mites that spawn while dealing void grubs. Keep in mind that they're saying that's not gonna make the void mites that you spawn on turrets weaker. They're different. So the mite AD by game time is probably just going down because they said that they're making it do less damage. The HP and the is probably going up because they're making it more durable. Actually, I'm not sure that that's true by the numbers here. It looks like this is going down, but this is unreadable, so who knows? Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going down. Gold 20 local plus 50 global gold to 30 local, 90 gold total instead of 210. So the gold is going down significantly. It's just local gold. Okay. Experience 75 plus 2% per level to 65 per level divided by 4. So it was 79.5 to 84. Now it's 65 per 195 per 3. So it's more experience than it was before. The XP radius for the local XP is larger, or exists now. So I guess you're getting XP in a radius around it instead of just whoever kills it. No longer heals its killer for 60 HP. At the end of the day, especially as far as contesting like void grubs all 3 at a time, without changing the benefit of it by much, right? It changes a little bit about like local gold and XP, but without changing like what it's doing to turrets, what the actual buff is. Obviously void grubs is going to be roughly the same value as it was before. And like I said, if its durability is going up and Dragon's durability is going up, it doesn't really make them any different in comparison to each other for the most part, in a way that would maybe benefit grubs. Rift Herald is a valuable object due to its ability to knock down turrets, so we're actually increasing its unique reward a small amount while removing an odd optimization around delaying its summon in order to squeak out a level up and thus get more damage from the Rift Herald. We're making the eye mechanic more soloable by moving it to a simple cooldown that junglers can more easily claim by themselves. We're also changing its rewards to match our goals, especially by reducing the amount of local gold it gives nearby champions and instead rewarding the killer an appropriate amount. As with other epic monsters, its effective health has also increased. So differently than void grubs, they're saying right here that they are actually increasing its unique reward a small amount. So potentially Rift Herald is actually going to get a little bit of extra power, but we'll see. Minimum level 6 to 9, armor 60 to 88 plus, so gaining more armor, 50 to 59 plus, so it's gaining more magic resist. Oh, I figured out how to read these now. What they're saying here is that the camp, or the objective, starts at level 9. And so because of that, if it's got 4 growth per level, it's getting 4 times 9, which would be 28. Or no, it's not 28. Jesus. Oh, my math is completely washed. It's 1 in the morning, guys. Please forgive me. So 4 times 9 is what? 36. Okay, it's 1 in the morning. That's why. Jeez, it's doomed. 36. The kid's got to get older so that I can start teaching him math, so that we can get back on track with this. Maybe my math will get better in a couple of years, actually. But yeah, 36. So the point is here is that yeah, your minimum level is 9. You got 4 growth per level, so you're getting 36 extra armor, which is why 36 plus 32, actually that would be, oh, I guess it's one level less than that is what's happening anyways, you get the point. The point is it's starting at level 9. That's why they're saying it's level 59 plus. That means 59 magic resist, and then plus the 4 growth per level. It's a little bit weird that they would put the 4 growth first instead of after, if you're going to put it like that, but we at least understand what they mean a little bit now. Either way, right, the durability of the objective is going up, its effective HP is going up, so 60 armor to 88 plus, 50 MR to 59 plus, health 10,600 to 14,000 to 11,718 plus, so it's got more health as well. Rift Herald eye cooldown is going from 8 to 6, but the eye cooldown is no longer reduced every time you auto attack it, which makes it really hard. I like to solo Rift Herald on support, but that, you know, well, maybe you can do that with this too. Rift Herald now deals 50% more damage to non-champions, matching Dragon and Baron. 50% more damage to non-champions, matching Dragon and Baron. Okay, so this was like the Heimerdinger type thing. Experience value is going from 309 to 330 to 240, so way less experience. XP radius is going way up. Gold 200 to 600 based on nearby champions to 100 gold to the killer. It's losing a lot of gold and XP actually, which makes taking it even worse, but we'll see what they do with the charge. Okay, here we go. The charge damage is going from 2,500 to 3,000 to just 3,000. So its charge is actually going to be stronger. So unlike Void Grubs, which isn't doing more damage to the turrets, Rift Herald is actually going to be stronger, and that could have a big impact. Mercenary health, 4,700 to 6,300, now 4,059 plus. So that's actually less health, at least in the beginning, but at 270 growth, I don't know, but that's actually a little bit less health on it. Mercenary armor, 60 to 88 plus. Oh, it's going to have more armor though, and it's going to have more magic resist, 50 to 59 plus. And I believe, if I'm not sure about this one. Rift Herald loses HP depending on how much damage it deals, I think. Or something like that. I'm actually not really sure 100% how that works. So I'm wondering if it having extra damage is going to either damage Rift Herald more or actually damage Rift Herald less, because it's after you hit it. And if that's affecting the way the second charge works, that could be a problem, but I really have no idea. It sounds like Rift Herald is getting enough of a buff, and then also, I don't know how that affects the damage it's taking from the turret, but it's getting more armor and magic resist as well. I think that those buffs, not amazing, nothing crazy, and you do lose, like we talked about, a little bit of gold and XP actually when you kill it, but that could actually make Rift Herald a little bit more worthwhile, especially when it's the one getting buffed and dragons are being made much tankier for no increase to their buff. Although Rift Herald's getting tankier when you're killing it too. Atakhan removed from the game, no longer spawns. Baron Nashor is receiving a similar treatment to Elder Dragon, reducing its overall gold reward and ensuring the experience reward is impactful, to drive those exciting moments where clutch objective steals lead into a teamfight comeback. We're preserving its buff power as a meaningful game ender. We've also done a tuning pass on Baron's various abilities to ensure they're not weaker than his regular attacks, so he lives up to his raid boss aura. His shred is also being empowered to consistently weaken all enemies around him, making the fight more lethal than before when an enemy team comes to contest. You thought pro teams were done throwing the game at 20-minute objective fights. Think again. Well, we just talked about this very interesting change. Maybe they actually did like what I was talking about Atakhan and about players not learning how to play around that. And since Baron already had a little bit of shred as well, they're just making Baron shred like Atakhan apply to everyone in an unavoidable way. And if that's really the case, then people are going to have to deal with the same problems with Atakhan but just on Baron now. And we'll see if people understand that and are prepared for it. But that could be that's a huge gameplay thing. We're talking about like how are you going to play differently. Keep in mind that if once we read through these changes, if Baron is shredding everyone like Atakhan, you're going to need to be really cautious about when you start Baron, even compared to before. And teams like Cloud9 thought that like because you can pull Atakhan and move it around, that they were safe as long as they like dragged it like an inch to the right. Like that's going to do anything. Like the enemy team's not just going to walk an inch to the right at you. But they didn't realize that it's not dragging it to the right that's the problem. It's like contesting it when you're choosing to contest it. You really need a massive man advantage in order to be able to just start it up in front of the enemy team and take it. And in solo queue, sometimes teams didn't understand that and they were willing to give it up and play cross map when you should never give up Atakhan and play cross map. But pro teams aren't going to do that. They're going to come contest it, and because they know how much gold Atakhan stats are worth, which was an insane amount. But anyways, so let's see if they're doing what they're doing with Baron here, because actually, like they said, they're literally saying outright that they think this could cause a lot of throws like Atakhan, and so you need to be really conscious of the changes that they made and how to play around this properly. Ultimately, Baron will be more durable than before and slightly more threatening. His abilities will more accurately scale across game time, and the increased shred will make the attacking team more prone to being vulnerable to contest. Spawn timers moving back to 20 minutes. Minimum level is 11. Health 15,600 to 17,792, so a lot more HP at the beginning. And then 19,020 by time to 19,190, by level. So barely tankier at the highest levels, but a little bit more tanky early. Actually, a lot more tanky early, I would say. And then, of course, you've also got the armor going from 120 to 104 to 170, and from 70 to 67 to 100. So those are kind of interesting changes too, because the armor is actually going down early, but the health is going up. Its effective HP, like they said, though, is just going to be more all around, but not as much, I would say, probably just glancing at this as like dragons and other stuff. Maybe not as much as those other ones, so that could be kind of interesting. Attack damage 350 to 520 to 351 to 515. That's about the same anyways. Corrosion secondary impact 70 plus 20% total AD to 35% total AD. I don't really know what that does to its damage because I don't know what Baron's total AD is. Oh, I guess we can see it here. It's got like 351 right away to 515. So 35% of 350 is 122.5. So, that's actually a bad way to calculate this because I actually want to know what 15% would be compared to 70. So 52. So it's actually less damage at least right away here at 350 AD. But it would be maybe more. So let's try the upper end then. 515 times the 15% difference would be 77. So it starts out being less damage and then ends up being more damage than it would before. Same thing here with what's going on with the tankiness, right? It's like the armor is 120 flat. So yeah, the armor ends up being less earlier and then more later. This is a really interesting dynamic. It sounds like taking Baron, it's tankier, but taking Baron right at 20 minutes or earlier rather than later is actually much easier because it's much less tanky and much less damage than it would be later by a substantial amount. It's actually like it's a little bit tankier than it was before when it first spawns, but it does actually less damage than before when it spawns. But it does more damage and is way more tanky later on if you don't take it for a while or like a later Baron. And so I think that it's kind of key. Obviously, you would already want to take it early, but it's kind of key to try to get the objective when it's a little bit easier to take it, here because of the way that this works. And I assume that, I'm not going to do the math on all of these, but I assume it's going to be a similar story here with a lot of these other abilities. But what we're these are just the damages are probably going to be a little bit less early and a little bit more later. And then what we're really looking for is the shred re-added. Oh, I didn't even realize this. Baron actually didn't have shred when Atakhan was in the game. They took it out or something because they're saying they re-added it. Shreds 0.5 armor and MR per second to all nearby enemies. So this has been re-added. Here's the problem. Problem is, like we talked about, is that Atakhan would shred your armor and magic resist very quickly. And it capped out at minus 50 armor, minus 50 MR. To get minus 50 armor and minus 50 MR with Baron, you'd have to be on Baron for 100 seconds. So because of that, the armor MR shred on Baron that now exists or is re-added is significantly weaker than the armor and magic resist shred that was on Atakhan. So while they kind of lined it up like it's going to be this similar dynamic to Atakhan, the numbers are just not nearly as strong as Atakhan shred was. And so I wouldn't expect it to be as easy to throw. It still matters, but let's say you're on it for 20 seconds, which is a really solid amount of time to be on it. You're only losing 10 armor and magic resist, which is a fifth of what you would lose from Atakhan. So the numbers are just completely different. So I wouldn't read too much into their paragraph about teams throwing at Baron. I think you can just start Baron even 5v5 if you're really far ahead, even with the armor and magic resist shred, because I think that you're chilling here, unless there's something else that we're about to read. Experience 800 local plus 600 global to just 650 global, which reduces the amount of experience Baron gives by almost 600 by 550. Gold 25 for the kill and 300 global to 100 for the kill and 150 global. So that brings the total gold down quite substantially. What is that, by like 700? Like almost 700. Baron Nashor is now subject to comeback experience like with dragons. Players on the losing team gain 25% increased experience per level behind they are, capped at 2 times. Just fixed a broken icon in the death recap from one of Baron's abilities. Yeah, so there's nothing else about the shred. So, yeah, I think the shred is just way weaker than Atakhan, and I wouldn't worry about it so much. I mean, it exists. It does matter a little bit, but it's not, unless you're on there for an absurd amount of time, it's really not going to matter. Jungle adjustments. Buff camps. We're removing the global red and blue buffs that were available after 25 minutes for a few reasons. First off, we think these buffs should be meaningful, and giving them out globally makes them less special when you do get one. Since these buffs aren't very impactful, they're given out to 5 champions at a time. if they're given out to 5 champions at a time, it also made it harder to appreciate the reward, since it could often show up without any effect or without any effort from you. We prefer the version where someone intentionally walks over to pick up their buff their jungler left for them. Second, we think that the overall power level of these camps got too high with so many buffs given out. And considering the season's emphasis on pushing for the enemy base over taking jungle monsters, reducing the power of team buffs was a straightforward decision. This also means as a jungler, you're less likely to face off against an enemy who's wearing matching buffs, giving junglers a little more late game combat agency in their average fight. This is actually kind of a smart change. I kind of like this. One, junglers have obviously gotten the short end of the stick, and they're right that actually being one of 2 champions on your team that can have blue and red buff is going to do something for you in the late game compared to doing nothing or everyone having it. The other thing that junglers they didn't mention is that junglers often face like an entire team coming in and trying to steal their buff like it's an objective, because getting 5 buffs off of the entire enemy team, or 10 if you take both, is really powerful. And so obviously I think junglers would walk into their jungle late into the game really wanting to get those blue and red buffs for their team because of how impactful it is, only for the enemy team to also realize how impactful it is and contest them, and all of a sudden they're getting blown up by 3 people at their blue and red in an even worse way than before. And I think that was kind of scuffed for junglers. So I think I'm totally fine with this change. I think it gives junglers a little bit more agency and a little bit less reason to get blown up by 5 people at their blue buff later into the game. We've probably all seen that one. So I think that that's fine. The other thing I like about it is, let's say you're handing over red buff to your AD carry or something like that. Kind of like, it's in line with what I was saying earlier. Don't just give the buffs and the power to every single person on the team. Make clear, defined carries where you dump those double buffs on your AD carry or something. They don't necessarily need blue. Maybe the mage takes blue. That's fine. But you dump that buff onto the carry, right, later into the game, and it makes them uniquely powerful compared to other roles. So I like that about not everyone having red buff late into the game, but instead AD carries kind of, and junglers uniquely having red buff or something like that. I think it's good for AD carry as well, and for the way that the game works. So I think that's kind of a cool way to give a little bit back to junglers too. Baron spawn no longer corrupts red and blue buff, which made their buffs global and gave monsters 30% more HP. A second version of the buff still drops after the elemental terrain transition. So essentially, when you get to that point where you take the buff and it's dropping the ring around it where you can get a second buff, that's just going to stay for the rest of the game, and one person can go pick it up, like they said. Red buff regen is going from 0.5 to 3% at level 1, 4, and 6 to 0.5 to 3% at level 1, 4, 6, and 11. So that's kind of interesting. So that is making it, well, at level 1, it's the same. At level 4, it's the same. At level 6, it's 1.5% regen instead of 3% regen. So at level 6, it's worse. And then at level 11, it's the same as it was at level 6 before. So that is making red buff worse. The regen is worse. The melee slow, this is kind of a big deal. 5 to 20% to 10 to 20%. And I assume that's coming at level 1, 4, and 6. So that's actually something that really helps junglers with early ganks. That's really one of the biggest parts of red buff is the slow when you go to gank. And so that going from 5 to 10% right away early is something that's actually really powerful and underrated for helping junglers to be able to have more successful ganks early. So another little thing that junglers are getting back here, in all of these changes, is that their red buff slow is going to be a little bit better for level 1 to 4 ganks or something like that. The red range slow is unchanged at 5 to 10%. The red buff burn is also increasing early but decreasing later. But that's okay because, you know, like at least from a jungler's perspective, you would rather have that early than later. Red buff falls off a lot anyways, especially when you're just focusing on its damage. So having a little bit more slow and damage early could be really nice for junglers ganking early. Burn now displays its cumulative damage on its target. Red and blue buff tooltips now show exactly how much power they provide. Red and blue buff no longer last 30 seconds longer if a jungler kills a champion for it. Jungle rules. Our jungle changes this season are aimed at slowing down their early clears in order to give... Oh, they lost... Okay, never mind. Junglers are screwed again. If it was just these changes, not too bad, you know, with the quests and stuff like that, but here we go. Our jungle changes this season are aimed at slowing down their early clears in order to give more room for laners to play out their early games without much intervention. We're also reshaping the feel of early clears by giving junglers substantial damage reduction to help novice players have a more comfortable time when clearing their jungle and compensating the amount of health they get back to achieve fairly similar health for experienced players who kite camps well. Junglers will also be a little bit better at killing epic monsters, as their pets will contribute more DPS regardless of class and build, and their smite will be more powerful compared to spells like Lux's and Jinx's ultimates. Additionally, the overall mid-late jungle gold and experience income is going up a little through a combination of more valuable Rift Scuttle and increased gold and experience from their more quickly completed jungle quest. Monster damage amp 25% to 10%, so that is going to significantly slow down their clears. That's really terrible for junglers. Smite damage is now going from 600 to 1200 to 600 to 1000 to 1400. I think we already read that. It's unchanged rank 1, up 100 rank 2, and up 200 rank 3. Junglers take 50% damage from non-epic monsters. So while their damage is going way down and they're clearing slower, they also take a lot less damage. I think a lot of junglers are going to find at least part of this annoying, that the lower skilled junglers, it's another thing, because so many things about jungle have been like this over the years, where skill expression is being taken out of the role and out of jungle, where learning how to kite your camps properly is just not impactful or mattering as much. I mean, it still matters a little bit for speed, which is really important. But it's like you're taking that skill away and rewarding bad junglers by making it hard for them to take damage from camps, even if they're not kiting properly. One thing this helps with those like autofill junglers or people who want to learn the role but are terrible at it, and, you know, increasing the role popularity and stuff like that. This actually does help a lot with that, regardless of if it takes a little bit of skill out of the role. Maximum heal on kill, 81 plus 13.5 per level, level 1 through 10, to a maximum of 202.5, to 90 to 20 per level, level 1 through 9, maximum of 250. So they're healing more on kills, it looks like. Yeah, it's 81 to 90, so 9 extra flat healing, and 13.5 to 20, so extra per level healing, and the maximum is higher as, you know, result of that. So not only are they taking this 50% reduced damage from non-epic monsters, but they're also gaining more health when they kill it. Minimum heal on kill is probably also going up 36 to 90, but it's losing its 44% of maximum, the maximum HP on what? Oh, I don't really understand how this works. The minimum heal is 44% of the maximum. Well, what determines whether it's minimum or maximum? We already have per level here, so it's not per level. Maybe it's based on the camp. Either way, the healing on killing camps is going up. New now restores 15 energy on large monster kill. So that's good for like Lee Sin and energy champions, I guess, a little bit. pet heal per second is going down by a lot, actually. Or is it? Yeah, it is. So 14 at level 1 to 6. But then it ends up even. But this was level 1 to 10. So you got to 37 at level 10. You're going to be half that when you're at level 9, level 10. You don't get back to that number until you're all the way to level 18. So the pet heal per second is actually going down. But this is much smaller, it looks like, than the increase over here to healing. So pet-based DPS is actually going up, which will help with those jungle camps, or not the jungle camps, the like neutral objectives like they were talking about, but not by much. There's not a ton. And it looks like it's the same early on. So, when you're early on into the game, you're probably not getting much more damage. Base pet DPS against epic monsters. Oh, this is being directly increased, though, by quite a bit. So, yeah. Actually, okay, so this was the thing that junglers were really complaining about, was that with the massive amount of increase to effective HP that the neutral objectives were facing, that they were really going to have a hard time soloing it. But this is a significant change. They're going from 15.5 damage per second from the jungle pet against epic monsters to 20 to 150. So that's going to give them significant extra DPS against those neutral objectives that makes soloing Dragon potentially fine. But you'd really have to know in game, how much is this 100 extra damage per second or whatever really going to help? Probably a lot, right? But you'd have to know. You'd have to see for sure to see how the times change. Scuttlecrab no longer spawns at -1 level, thus increasing its gold and XP value a little bit. I don't think that that's going to do a ton, but that'll help. Yes, it does increase its gold and XP totals. Kill required but I just can't imagine that the difference between it spawning at -1 and like 0 or 1, I can't imagine that would increase its gold and XP by a lot. We're talking like it's another like plus 10 gold type of situation for junglers, which is not going to make or break the role at this point, right? Kills required for first evolution, 20 to 15. Jungle role quest completion at 40 stacks down to 35 stacks. Okay. So for first evolution of your pet, you only need the 15 camps or large monsters in the camps or whatever it is. And to complete your quest, you only need 35 instead of 40, which we saw before. Phalites and vision changes. So my initial impression of Phalites, which I guess I just hadn't looked at it closely enough, is I thought that Phalites were going to be kind of useless because a lot of times you're replacing your wards and they're not lasting for the full duration anyways, so increasing their duration doesn't really do a whole lot, or you're not needing to contest that area for longer than 3 minutes anyways. And that there's so many walls in League that I was imagining that it would increase the circle radius, and that wouldn't do a whole lot because there's so many walls blocking everything. But what they actually do, and this is important to note, is they'll like reveal the whole river. So the vision that they grant is not a circular radius increase. It's just like it'll show a whole area. And that is actually really powerful to be able to light up the whole river using these. So that's obviously important. Phalates are a new map feature we're introducing to improve the vision system. They appear as rings of glowing mushrooms on the ground, some present at game start and some upon the elemental rift transformation. When you place a ward on the ring, it'll temporarily reveal a nearby area of the map, which is not revealed to enemies unless they use a detector effect or ping the ward directly. Obviously, one thing about this is your ward is much more likely to be swept, and you're probably going to start your sweeper in these locations before fights to deny that vision. Or, again, here's another thing, control wards we were talking about, kind of useless, but now that they're cheaper and there's a really good spot where you're likely to find a ward with a control ward and you want to use that control ward to prevent the enemy from getting any vision the entire fight down the entire river, that area, that's going to be an interesting dynamic, because a lot of the talk is about the increased vision, but actually more of it is going to be the nuanced play around it is going to be about using your sweeper around it, being able to play, have a spot to play around with control wards in a more impactful way. That's going to be really interesting, actually. These were designed with a few goals in mind. First, we want wards to be more usable for enabling plays like a split push, even if the support isn't nearby to provide multiple wards. Yeah, it feels really bad if you're trying to like hover a top laner or something on a split push and you have to drop like all three of your wards just protect like one guy's split push we're not even sure if he's committed to. Especially when coupled with the Scryer's Bloom changes, see below. This is a major motivator for the powerful Phaelite spots that spawn near side lanes after Elemental Rift transformation. Another piece of this is that as a top laner or whoever, you can use these spots to give yourself a lot more vision for split pushing, or to contribute more to the vision game before a team fight in the river or something like that. Because while you don't have 3 wards like a support, you can actually create a lot of vision by warding in the right place at the right time. It's also why the bonus vision regions are long enough to make a play but not long enough to dominate vision. I don't know about that. They're pretty dominant looking to me from what I've seen. Second, we want the vision game to be more approachable while still rewarding good decision making and strategic skill, particularly as the game moves past the laning phase. This is why the island brush locations near the side lanes are simple feels good spots to ward during laning phase, while the areas towards the center of the map are sparser and less powerful. It's also why the system still forces you to make strategic decisions about when and how to use limited ward and trinket resources rather than resembling a plant or a hex gate, for example. Including for playing against asymmetric information is critical to depth of strategy. Third, we want to ensure the vision system has interesting mechanics to promote healthy new vision dynamics, for example, enabling split pushes without turbocharging jungle invades. This is why each location has its own tuning levers, like location, elemental rift delay, bonus vision shape and size, and the location and frequency of nearby Scryer's Blooms. These enable Phaelites like those at base gates, which can be useful for offensive plays but are designed to be easier than average for a losing team to retake and use to recover after being pushed in. Finally, the vision system has historically been hard to understand and low satisfaction, so we're keen on vision mechanics that feel visceral, alive, and aesthetically pleasing on the map, rather than being a subcomponent of an item or a UI component. This information, the natural magic visual motifs, and punchy particle effects that help make it a fun and inviting feature to interact with. They're actually right about that from a design perspective. I think limiting vision to being this like kind of impactful mini map thing is really not something that's noticeable by most players, and doesn't feel rewarding to do. But making warding fun for support players rather than like a chore, something that could increase the role popularity for the least popular role in the game, and that could be good. Or it could make it more obvious when your support is actually good at warding, and maybe your teammates can see and appreciate that a little bit better. And I think that those are all great things. We'll be keeping an eye on how Phaelites impact the vision game, adjusting rules in individual locations as necessary to keep them fair. Phaelite, placing a ward of any type on a Phaelite makes the ward a Phaelite super ward, applying the following effects. Grants a 25% vision radius to the ward, so that part is a radius, but it also reveals a bonus vision region for 45 seconds, and that's what we were talking about with like lighting up the whole river when you place a ward in one of these spots. The bonus vision region shape is specific to that Phaelite location. So they mentioned two, and I've seen the river one. One would be like it lights up the whole river. Maybe the base gate one will be like, instead of having to put a bunch of wards along your whole base gate, it's like you can see, the entire outer ring around your base gate wall to defend and stuff like that. So those could be quite cool. The bonus region particles are only visible to your team. The bonus vision region, because otherwise they would know you have a ward there. The bonus vision region is not affected by the type of ward being used. For example, control wards don't enhance it. The bonus vision region is not affected by the type of ward being used. Control wards don't enhance it. Oh, this is just saying that a control ward is not going to like reveal all of the enemy wards in the entire river, which would be insane. But you can still use a control ward, I think, to trigger gaining vision in the bonus region. It just won't reveal them. The duration is represented by a countdown circular visual on the ward. The bonus vision region can see into brush if the brush is in the region shape. So that can be really strong, although it depends on whether they've drawn the brush in or not. Enemies will know they're in a bonus region while their team has a detector or sweeper effect within the region. Enemies will know they're in the bonus region if their team has ping tracked the ward directly, including via Sixth Sense. All Phalite super ward buffs are suppressed while the ward has near sight and removed when the ward dies. So we'll have to see what suppressed means, but basically, like while it's in the process of being cleared out. If your team already has a ward on the Phalite, that ward will be destroyed to make room for the new super ward. I guess that's like if a Phalite spawns on top of where the ward already is. For the sake of vision score, the ward has a plus 25% score modifier. This is really an interesting dynamic, actually. I suppose you could use this to... And you don't really need to do this as support because your wards often aren't dying. You're resetting them enough anyways. But let's say you're a top laner and you're split pushing. One cool thing you could do is if you time and know where the Phalite is going to spawn at what time, you could place a ward, and because it kills it and replaces it with a new fresh ward, you could get like double the duration of your ward if you place this where you know a Phalite is going to spawn, in a minute from now or something like that. That's kind of a cool mechanic, actually. For the sake of vision score, the bonus vision region is treated as an extra ward, obeying the position modifier rule, but no other modifier rules, for example, staleness. Whatever, vision score doesn't matter. In a lot of cases, your vision score is, it's all, I mean, it matters a little bit, but don't read too much into vision score. Sometimes vision score can be achieved by doing things that aren't actually good vision, and sometimes vision score is not achieved by doing things that are actually great vision. So don't worry too much about vision score because it's whatever. I haven't really bothered. Like, the thing is that I know there's some rules, like, for example, if you place a ward and it reveals an enemy, that gives you more score than if it doesn't reveal an enemy. But that's kind of stupid because, like, let's say that you ward in a lane bush and you see your enemy laner that you were seeing anyways. If that gives you extra vision points and you don't place your trinket ward in the river and then you get ganked and killed, you got more vision points than if you had properly placed your ward in the river and then maybe you didn't get ganked and you didn't get any points for it because it didn't see anyone cross it. Stuff like that. So don't read too much into vision score. Just focus on warding in a way that makes sense and properly. Phalite locations, 1 near each base gate for 4 total, 2 on each side of the map, providing vision into the nearby jungle. That's really cool. So I didn't realize it wouldn't just provide vision in a ring around the base. It'll actually help provide vision into the jungle, which may make it easier for your jungler or you to be able to kind of get out and retake some of your camps when you're on the back foot. That could be interesting. And then 1 in each island bush near top and bot, 2 total, providing vision into the river. 1 in each river wall brush near mid, aka banana brush. So this is just on the opposite side of the river, near mid, 2 total, providing vision of nearby river, hugging mid lane brush, but not overlapping it. So that's like a way potentially for mid laners to be able to get a little bit more vision near their lane. After Elemental Rift transformation, 1 near side lanes in each quadrant, 4 total, providing vision in the jungle path along the lane. So that's going to be kind of a split pushing ward that you can place on a Fey Light location. Other vision changes. Fey Light's goals are meant to be delivered by a mix of Fey Lights themselves and other vision changes working in tandem. First, we're buffing the cooldown of yellow trinkets so non-supports are more readily able to access vision with or without Fey Lights to make plays. Likewise, we're also buffing the duration of red trinkets so those trying to bypass or clear enemy vision are more able to do so and make them better for clearing and detecting Fey Light super wards. Another thing that this does that's not mentioned here yet is more vision equals less jungle impact on lanes, which again people have been advocating for and sucks for junglers. But that's, I think that that's a good change. That's one of the solutions people have been advocating for a while. Also, I suppose early game making yellow trinkets stronger. I've never been, there's a lot of support players who take sweeper early on, like even level 1. And I've always believed, especially in solo queue, that, taking yellow trinket has been better. And now that yellow trinket is even stronger, there's even more reason to take it. Technically, sweeper is stronger too because it's saying it's lasting for longer, but like that's not going to matter level 1 because if you're taking sweeper level 1 to just clear out one ward in a bush or something in lane, that's not it lasting longer. It's not going to do anything for you. So that is interesting. So yellow trinket getting more impact, I think is great. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Also, with things in the game like that, the rune that makes the wards 4 HP, sweepers, maybe they should just get rid of that rune, but sweepers being stronger is definitely, or lasting longer is definitely a necessity at this point in the game with the way that things are. Additionally, we're adding more Scryer Bloom locations and speeding up their respawn times. This is meant to enable the I have vision tools to make plays goal of Fey Lights, as well as increase access to ward clearing to offset the increased systematic vision from Fey Lights. I think that that's great too. Like if there's more wards in the game but more clearing, thing is that if you use a Scryer's Bloom as a jungler or something like we were talking about earlier in the game, the nice thing about this is it reveals their location on the map. And so for good players who see that and are paying attention to the game, they'll know that the jungler is there anyways. And for, bad players, they get punished for not knowing what's going on. So I think that that's totally appropriate as well. And you give people more tools to deal with the Fey Light locations, maybe being strong and stuff like that. So they're adding in a lot of natural counterplay. So more Scryer's Blooms, upping their respawn times. Let's see. Stealth Ward Trinket cooldown 210 to 120 seconds by level to 170 to 90 seconds per level. So it's 40 seconds less level 1 of a cooldown. This enables another thing that was already really the case, which is you can actually afford to place your yellow trinket in the lane bush and still ward for the early jungle gank in the river. And so you have enough vision on yellow trinket, which is a really big buff, because now we're not just talking about a minor buff to yellow trinket overall. We're talking about a very specific, now you get 2 wards in a scenario where you want 2 wards instead of 1. This means as a support, when you're thinking about sweeper versus yellow trinket level 1, you can always ward your lane bush and still have that cooldown be over in such a short period of time that you can ward that lane bush right away when you get into lane level 1, and then immediately... Oh. You know what's changed, though, is we haven't gotten into this yet, the game speeding up. So that actually worked before. It would be, I was thinking that 40-second cooldown would make this work really nicely and perfectly, but that actually only worked because there was so much downtime at the beginning of the game. Actually, it's the opposite now, because with less game time or downtime at the beginning of the game, you don't have time to place a ward level 1 and then wait for the 170-second cooldown before warding for a jungle gank, because that huge amount of time, minute and a half at the start of the game, got removed. So that's actually interesting. Yellow trinket level 1 actually gets nerfed really heavily because of that. because there's not that time to wait for the cooldown to come back up where you get 2 uses of yellow trinket level 1, or like not exactly level 1 but like almost right after level 1. So that's actually bad for yellow trinket. Oracle lens duration going up to 8 seconds, not going to matter a whole lot early, but really nice. Scryer's Bloom default respawn time 260 to 350 seconds random to 200 to 260 seconds random. So this is a big decrease in the spawn time. At 15 minutes or elemental rift transformation, new Scryer Bloom locations become available. So since that doesn't happen until 15 minutes, a lot of what I said about Scryer's Bloom in early junglers is just not relevant because it doesn't happen until 15 minutes. 1 at each river coast near side lanes, 2 total. 1 behind each side lane inner turret, 4 total. 1 near the rocks in base where Hexgate spawn, 4 total. Elemental Rift Scryer's Bloom locations near these points have been depreciated, and any other plants too close by have been repositioned. These new Scryer Bloom locations have much shorter default respawn timers, 90 to 120 seconds random. Okay, that is... So scrap it just being... This is the regular ones are going down by a shorter amount, but the ones that are spawning in these special locations to contest the Phalites are spawning at a 90 second to 120 second cooldown, which is really short. So there's going to be Scryer Blooms everywhere. One thing I worry about this is they may have gone overboard with putting way too much vision in the game. And keep in mind that even if you put vision clearing in the game, you're visible while you're clearing, right? So what ends up happening here is the game, especially at a high level, like I said, could be very stale, because how can you find an opportunity to kill someone when there's vision everywhere all the time? So that's going to be a really interesting dynamic to play with. Home guards. We're returning home guard to be generally faster, retuning home guard to be generally faster, reducing dead time in the game flow, and enabling proactive plays more often, especially later in the game. You'll now be able to keep your home guard until you reach the action, your outermost turret in your lane, or the minion wave. Home guard no longer has duration. Home guard is now removed after reaching the endpoint, entering combat, or entering jungle. Home guard will always take you to at least just before your outermost living turret in lane. Home guard will always take you to at least your inhibitor turret in your base, or your inhibitor in your base. After 14 minutes or after at least 1 turret on either team has been destroyed in a given lane, home guard will track the furthest minion in the lane, ending approximately 2,000 units before reaching the minion wave. Before 14 minutes, home guard grants 80% movement speed, ramping down to 40% over 4 seconds. After 14 minutes, home guard grants 150% movement speed, ramping down to 65% over 4 seconds. In swift play, home guard always grants 200 movement speed, ramping down to 100%. There's a lot of changes here, and to be honest, I don't know off the top of my head what's going on with these, because I don't know if this is actually more movement speed than before. And it's yapping here about some stuff, and it's not entirely clear to me. What I envisioned when we talked about home guard was, right now there's 2 different types of home guard. There's home guard after 14 minutes and home guard after you die. And home guard after you die takes you all the way to your turret, your outer turret in your lane. And it cancels if you go into the jungle. Now, home guard after you die, or that was home guard after you die. Home guard after 14 minutes, if you haven't died and you just recalled, only takes you to the outside of your base. So when they say things like home guard will take you to at least just before your outermost living turret in the lane, do they mean the 14 plus home guard, or do they mean home guard after death? I don't really know. After 14, or after at least 1 turret on either team has been destroyed, home guard will track the furthest minion in the lane. So I think that, okay, so I got it now. So the way that this is going to work now is, rather than at 14 minutes your home guard stopping at the edge of your base at your inhibitor turret, home guard is now going to go all the way to the furthest minion wave. So you're going to have much more home guard even if you don't die. So I thought this was only in effect if you died. This is actually, if this is, and that's a big deal if it's not after you die. If this is all the time after 14 minutes, you can walk all the way to your furthest minion wave. That's going to be a huge time save, especially if you're winning, because then you're more likely to have your minions pushed up far. I was thinking that like a lot of times it sounds like this might be kind of useless because if you die, right, then your minion wave's not going to be pushed up very far by the time you respawn, and you're not going to have very far to go with it. But if this is just something you're getting after 14 minutes everywhere, that's a really big deal because that's really going to speed up everything about game pacing. Imagine if you're a support and you're trying to get on the map and ward faster. Your tempo is just going to be insane if you're winning the game. Having those minion waves pushed up further is going to provide more of an advantage that way because it's going to save you time to have minion waves pushed up, which is an interesting dynamic. So the home guard before 14 minutes or a turret is destroyed is going to grant 80% movement speed, ramping down to 40% over 4 seconds. Is that when you die, though? I'm going to have to see it in game, right? Because it's really confusing. So under the new scenario, if you die, I'm confused about if you die because it didn't mention if you die at all. If you die before 14 minutes, is it the same as before where you get home guard out to your lane turret? Or are they removing death home guard? That you would think they would mention that if they did it though, and you're just getting home guard to the outer edge of your base. So I would assume there's 3 different types of home guards now. If you die, you get it out to your turret even before 14 minutes, but not up to the furthest minion wave. If you just respawn, or not respawn, if you just recall, you get it, to the edge of your base before 14 minutes, and then always, whether you died or recalled after 14 minutes or a turret's destroyed, you get it all the way to your furthest minion in the lane. That's kind of the rule for how it should work. But again, I'd have to see that in game because they didn't mention anything about the death home guard here. But I would assume that's how that works. Okay, crystalline overgrowth. This is like gonna take forever. We're 3 hours in. This is like insane. Crystalline overgrowth, and we haven't even gotten to the champion changes. This is completely fried. In this season, we want to encourage a wider variety of strategic play. In particular, we're interested in making lane pushes better in situations outside of Baron buff. Part of this is addressing the reward incentives, see below, but another part is addressing the actual ability to make damage progress on turrets. Even if turrets are worth more, there are many situations where you just don't have the time or DPS needed to make meaningful turret progress. Crystalline Overgrowth is a new mechanic on lane turrets to enable that damage progress, essentially saying, what if every champion had an accessible demolish-like tool to enable small pushes? Over the course of several minutes, crystals will begin automatically building up on turrets. When a champion hits that turret, the overgrowth will burst, dealing bonus true damage based on how much overgrowth has accumulated. It's not based on the attacker's stats, nor do they need to stay near the turret for long. The tuning here, split push sport, the tuning here is meant to be useful whether you're pushing fairly frequently or only hit turrets a couple of times per game. We want this to be a mechanic that most champions feel empowered to use in most games, not something that's only useful for perma-pushers or useful for comebacks. Targetable lane turrets are now subject to Crystalline Overgrowth. Crystalline Overgrowth will appear after a 90-second startup/cooldown, 30 seconds in swift play. At that point, the turret will take true damage and the next time an enemy champion attacks it. The overgrowth will stay at its minimum damage state for 60 seconds, 30 seconds in swift play, then scale the damage up linearly for 240 seconds, 180 in swift play, and then hold at max damage indefinitely. The damage calculation is based on the average level of the attacking team. At level 1, the damage range is 2 to 3.3% of the turret's maximum health. At level 18, the damage range is 8.8% to 18.9% of the turret's maximum health. So the later the game goes, the more it will do. and it does about 1% for every level, but it does start out at 2 to 3%. So the damage range 8%. That's a lot. That's kind of a lot. The attack hitbox of I mean, I guess it depends on how fast it's growing. It says it'll appear after a 90-second startup / cooldown. It'll stay at its minimum damage for 60 seconds, then scale up linearly over 240 seconds. Okay, so let's try to get a clear picture here. It'll appear after a 90-second startup or cooldown. So if you've hit it, it'll take a minute and a half to regenerate. Then it will stay at that minimum damage state for a minute. So for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, there'll be nothing to doing the minimum amount of damage, which is 2% to 9% basically at level 1 through 18. Then it ramps up to basically double that over 240 seconds, which is 4 minutes. Excuse me. So if you've waited something like, let's see, 4 minutes plus there was 90 at the start for the cooldown. So let's say you hit it and you want the maximum damage, you would have to wait 2.5 minutes plus 4 minutes is 6.5 minutes. And then if you wait 6.5 minutes, you deal 3 to 20% roughly. I mean, it's 3.3% to 18.9% of the turret's max health when you hit it. Interestingly enough, there's some kind of min-maxing there, right? Between if you hit it more frequently, it probably does more damage. But I suppose that just makes sense because you're being rewarded for hitting it more frequently. I mean, if we just think about it, right? 2.5 minutes is a lot shorter than 6.5 minutes or 6 minutes or whatever. So if you're doing about half as much damage, but you're able to do it like 3 times in the same time you would do the maximum damage, you get rewarded for split pushing and being able to constantly hit the turret every time that crystal growth comes up. Whereas, so doing it off of cooldown is better for dealing damage to the turret. That rewards split pushing and aggressively playing from ahead. Whereas if you're behind, it's still nice that it's there, but if you haven't hit it for a really long time, it's less efficient than hitting it over and over again on cooldown. The attack hitbox of the turret is increased for melee champions based on the size of the overgrowth, so you can kind of get up there and tap it. Crystalline overgrowth will not proc from attacks while the turret has backdoor protection, so you would need minions in order to be able to do it. If an enemy unit is near the turret at that 90-second mark when it would become active, crystalline overgrowth will be suppressed and not appear. What? Once enemies are gone, the overgrowth will then be applied and it will fast forward its state to make up for where it should be. This is to avoid sudden mid-push activations. I sort of get that, I guess, but yeah, this creates a really weird mechanic and dynamic where you're wanting to push and hit it when it comes back up, but if you're too close to it, it won't come back up. So you need to intentionally be not near it. Like, you have to time it perfectly and know the radius, that like you can't be in this radius around it, and that way it will actually respawn and come up. Then you can push your wave into it. But if you do it slightly too quickly and accidentally enter this invisible range, then it won't spawn. Then you don't get to hit it at all. You have to try to push again. That's actually a really like finicky, annoying mechanic. It's almost, I mean, it's not as bad, but it's almost on par with this invisible circle around the turret or whatever. It's almost on par with this like support roaming anti-lane swap mechanic. It's like the lane swap detected thing. It's like, oh, I have to know as a top laner if I, get past this little bush or this little wall, then I'm gonna, prevent the crystals from spawning. It's annoying, but I think mid push activations are actually less of a big deal. Still following the rules. Your team hasn't hit that turret in 90 seconds, and you get there and it comes up and you hit it, and there's nothing wrong with that disrupts gameplay. What does disrupt gameplay and make things annoying is having to play around this weird invisible mechanic of, oh, don't step in this radius because I want to hit the thing at the right time. That's annoying. Demolish. Given that Overgrowth occupies a lot of the same space as Demolish in visuals, complexity, and gameplay, we felt Demolish needed to be simplified. We still want Demolish to be a satisfying and useful rune to users that already like it, and we'll be keeping an eye on how this feels with the Overgrowth mechanic and make any changes as needed. Demolish trigger. Charge up a powerful attack against a tower while near it. Your third attack against towers deals bonus physical damage. 45-second cooldown, now 30-second cooldown. Melee damage 100 plus 35% maximum HP to 85 to 28% of maximum HP. So right there, Demolish is doing less damage, but its cooldown is shorter, and you have access to the Overgrowth crystal mechanic. Range damage 100 plus 35% maximum HP to 50 to 20% of maximum health. They're really getting the range damage on Demolish. Game start time. We're trimming some mostly wasted time at the start of every game and getting you into the action faster instead of just waiting around for your minions to get to work. If you're a fan of invades, don't worry. With the home guard changes pushing everyone out faster, it's still possible to invade even with this faster, earlier start time. So this was another question I had about home guards, is the percentages. I think that the movement speed percentages seem much faster as well. So that's also going to be interesting. And make deaths and things like that potentially less punishing. But if it rewards teams who are ahead for having their minion waves pushed, that could be okay too. Let's see. Minion spawn time is going from 1 minute and 5 seconds to 30 seconds. Like I said, that's a really interesting dynamic of how that's going to affect Yellow Trinket and stuff like that, being able to be placed at the start of the game. Even in other rules, like imagine you're a mid laner and you want to place that Raptor ward or whatever, and now all of a sudden, placing that really prevents you from having a ward at a reasonable time when you might need one. Merkwolf, although, you kind of want it anyways, because that word is helping you, actually. Merkwolf, Blue Sentinel, Red Raptor Camp spawn at 55 seconds. Krug and Gromp Camp spawn at 107, or 1 minute and 7 seconds. If you don't know why that is, it's because bot laners and top laners used to start and yoink the camps when they realized they could do that. Mostly bot laners, I think, because the support could help them. River Scuttle Camp spawn at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Baron Nashor is going to 20. Epic Monster spawn timers are unchanged unless noted above. Ambient Gold start time 65 seconds. Most miscellaneous start of game systems, for example, World Atlas First Charge, start at 35 seconds faster. Remake eligibility 130 through 3 minutes is now 55 through 225. That's going to make it really difficult to reconnect if you DC at the start of the game, huh? Well, it is what it is. Early surrender with AFK eligibility down to 2 minutes and 55 seconds from 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Turrets. We have a lot of changes to turrets coming in this patch beyond the crystalline overgrowth mechanic. The headlining feature is that all turrets except Nexus turrets now have turret plates, rewarding champions for partial success when sieging the enemy base and incentivizing smaller incremental pushes over taking a whole turret down in one foul swoop. One fell swoop. That's... Maybe I have the phrase wrong. One fell swoop sounds like it makes more sense. I'll have to look that up later. No idea what's going on with that. I thought it was one foul swoop. Am I wrong? Now that I think about it, foul swoop doesn't really make any sense. The total gold from these turrets isn't changing much, as the total local gold has mostly been shifted into the individual turret plates themselves. As these mechanics are pervasive and live on the turret forever, we've simplified several rules and removed the 3D visualization of turret plates themselves. Instead, the segmented health bar will show how far you are from the next gold payout. We've also made various turret plate rules more apparent, improving visual effects of the short duration bulwark resist that turrets got when a plate was claimed. Hold on, I need to read that again, because a big question I had is introducing turret plating on all these other turrets going to make the game take a lot longer by making them tankier and harder to take all in one go? And it sounds like yes, because they're talking about bulwark, which is the resistance the turret gets on plates being taken, applying to the other thing. So let me read this here again. Instead, the segmented health bar will show how far you are away from the next gold payout. We've also made various turret plate rules more apparent, improving the visual effects of the short duration bulwark resist that turrets got when a plate was claimed. So that definitely sounds like resistances are going on to all the other turrets as well, which could potentially make scaling and scaling champions much stronger if it significantly delays how long it takes to end games. But maybe some of the other changes like home guards and speeding up the game and all this stuff, although actually speeding up the start of the game doesn't really hurt scaling champions either, because they're not missing anything by missing that minute of no XP and gold going across. But yeah, we'll have to see what's happening with game times. But that could be a big meta shift, having the turret plates making all those extra turrets more tanky. We're doing a tuning pass on overall durability and damage, keeping outer turrets from scaling quite so far into the game, making mid turrets take a little less risk while still allowing them to provide solid safety early on. Turret health is overall increasing a little to make room for the new crystalline overgrowth mechanic. I mean, I guess that's the thing, right? Is that the crystalline overgrowth mechanic is going... Maybe that's why they put turret plates there too. It's like the overgrowth mechanic is going to make turrets actually much squishier, so they're countering that with the turret plates on them as well. Interesting. So maybe it all plays out to... not going to do a whole lot to scaling, because the overgrowth mechanic is going to make turrets fall faster, but the turret plating is going to make them fall slower. Another interesting part of this that helps split pushing that I haven't seen them mention is that the dynamic here is that if you're let's say you're trying to take a turret all at once with your whole team as 5, turret plating makes that a lot slower because of how much resistances it's going to get from so many people being around trying to take it. Whereas slowly chipping away at those turret platings one at a time for gold in a split push is actually maybe a more efficient way to take turrets, and kind of progress the game over time, because you don't have to worry as much about the turret plating by just split pushing and taking one plate and then leaving as you would if you're trying to barrel down mid as a team. And so that's kind of a way that actually makes split pushing a little bit better as well compared to full-on pushing. We like several of the mechanics that turret plates afforded, namely that outer turrets start very durable but become squishier after the laning phase winds down, and that melee champions were rewarded for incurring extra risk when attacking turrets, so those mechanics have been preserved in this new world. Bulwark resist duration 20 seconds, refreshing on each plate takedown, 20 seconds overlapping durations. Bulwark resist visualization updated and new effects have been added. Visual effects no longer disappear when champions walk out of range. Turret plates take 17% less damage from minions. That's a big deal. And ranged champions. Wow, that's a huge deal. Turrets take 20% more damage from melee champions. Oh, this is part of the plating. Okay, so it was before... Turret plates took 17% less damage from minions and ranged champions. Now, turrets take 20% more damage from melee champions. So that actually means ranged champions don't get debuffed. Okay, so this is a really weird change to read. Minions will deal more damage to turrets because they don't have this 17% reduced damage to turret plates anymore. Ranged champions will also deal more damage to turrets. They'll deal 17% more because they're not facing that debuff. But instead of just nerfing minions and ranged champions, now they're making it so that melee champions do 20% extra damage. And that means, you know, a little bit extra boost towards those melee champions, an extra 3% versus the ranged champions. This is actually another mechanic. It's a small change in terms of it's just one line item here, but this is a massive change. You know, because this is maybe bigger than the crystalline overgrowth mechanic. You're just saying now that ranged champions are going to do 17% more damage to turrets, minions are going to do 17% more damage to turrets, and top lane or melee champions, not top laners, but melee champions are going to do 20% more damage to turrets. That is a massive change that makes turrets a lot squishier. And with more gold being in turret plates, again, that could actually make the game go faster and nerf scaling champions instead. It could make champions, like we've talked about, mentioned things with all these turret changes like Caitlyn and stuff like that interact well with turrets, or Ziggs or different things. That could actually make those champions a lot stronger. Imagine Caitlyn in lane now suddenly dealing 17% more damage to turrets. It's a huge deal. And your minions as well. So that's kind of interesting. Could be a big buff to pushing champions. Updated all turret item tooltips to more clearly explain turret mechanics. Turret true sight range is going up by 5 units from 1095 to 1100. Tooltip updated to reflect the accurate range. I think this guy just didn't like the... It's this guy that... There's someone who works at Riot who really... I mean, I like it. I agree with him. But he really doesn't like these like uneven scuffed numbers in the game. Is this guy who years ago... It's got to be the same guy still going at it there at Riot, who like years ago was going to like every patch notes. There were like 10 changes to champions that were just like moving one tiny number from like 0.798 to like 0.8 and stuff like that, so it wasn't so scuffed. And I can get behind that. I just think it's funny that I don't know who this guy is, but I know that this is the work of that guy at Riot for sure. A little bit of hey, it's this, you know, what can you say about Riot Games and League of Legends players? I mean, look, I'm one of them. We get it. Best thing I can say is, you know, something like special plays, special players, or something like that, you know? It is what it is. Outer turrets. The primary change for outer turrets, we haven't even gotten to the champion changes. I'm looking at the scroll bar on the right, and I'm like, we're absolutely cooked. I guess I'm just not going to sleep tonight. The primary change for outer turrets is that the health bar has been changed to make it easier to understand how durable a turret really is. Instead of gaining permanent resist each time a turret plate dropped, the health bar segments are simply different sizes. This is actually, sounds dumb, maybe it will even look dumb. This is a really nice quality of life change for the game, especially for players who don't understand this, because it's such a weird hidden kind of mechanic that the turret plates give all this resistances and that it's really hard to keep taking them. Even good players, even after they've been in the game for a long time, get caught up in, oh, maybe I can take one more turret plate, and then it gets way too tanky and then you overstay. And making the health bar reflective of how long it's going to take it is so much nicer from a quality of life perspective than just gaining the resistances. So the health bars are segmented in different sizes, which is mathematically almost identical, but makes it easier to understand a turret's true durability at a glance. Though turret plates are now permanent, we like the outer turret durability changes over game time. I can't understand this sentence. Becoming frailer. I don't think that's how you can use that word, but that's okay. As the game progresses. They probably were up at 3 a.m. writing this the night before too, so it's fine. So its resistances and value drop in the mid game, rewarding players who can press their lead early on, but still leaving a moderate amount of gold for those who never had early pressure. This is going to be interesting too. Another thing that they just kind of glossed over here, or maybe they'll get into here, is turret platings are now permanent instead of falling off at 14 minutes. This is another big change. So we keep going back and forth here, and it's going to be hard to tell when there's like 4 different changes back and forth in different directions. But we were talking about, will champions like Caitlyn be dominant because they can take these turrets really early on or really benefit from bopping the plates? What's interesting about this, right, is that that's actually going to make turrets a lot more durable. So it's another change in the direction of making turrets more durable. Is that once turret plating falls at 14 minutes, the tier 1 turrets fall really quickly. But if turret plates just stay forever on the tier 1 turrets, it might take a lot longer to get past those tier 1 turrets, and who knows what that will do to game time. It's totally possible that if tier 1 turrets just take an extra 4 minutes to fall or 5 minutes to fall, that game times could go up dramatically, and then scaling champions all of a sudden do become better. So I like that as a scaling champion like a Braum. I like to see turret plate last longer because then I won't lose my turret so fast. So that feels really nice. But that's a big change. Nearby players are now rewarded a share of 300 gold for destroying the first turret of the game. Other thing, they mentioned it here. Though turret plates are now permanent, we like the outer turret durability changes over game time. Oh, we read this part. But the point here at the end is that its resistance and value drop in the mid game, rewarding players who can press their lead early on, but still leaving a moderate amount of gold for those who never had early pressure. This is a big buff to scaling champions, because imagine you're scaling and you lose, you go down like 5 turret plates to 0. And it does matter that they got the gold earlier than you. But you scale and become stronger, and now you get a couple of turret plates back, or all of them back. Now all of a sudden, you're mitigating a lot of that gold lead that they were able to gain by getting turret plates. So actually a champion like Caitlyn might get a couple of turret plates ahead of you early on, but then you outscale Caitlyn. She can't contest as much. You're well past the early laning phase, but the tier 1 turret's still there, and now you get all this turret plating gold back when you find an opportunity to take some time to hit the turret. And so now her advantage of being able to get these plates over you is not a permanent advantage that goes away at 14 minutes where you can never reclaim those plate golds back. So that actually is a big benefit to slower games and scaling champions. Let's see. Resistances. Set armor and magic resist to 40 at 14 minutes. Change to lose 15 armor and magic resist per minute starting at minute 11. Capped at negative 60. Oh, so while it's true that the plates are now permanent, it looks like their resistances after 14 minutes start to go down dramatically. So maybe that counteracts a whole lot of what we just talked about. Plate gold. Turret plates drop at 14 minutes, awarding no further gold. Oh, never mind. The plates stay, but the gold goes away. Oh, no. This was before. Okay, I'm cooked. It's almost 3 in the morning now. Plate value reduces by 10 gold per minute at minute 11, capped at negative 40. Okay, okay, well, I don't know why they wrote it like that. So, because they said here that like the gold, I guess they said it's a moderate amount. So the gold is going to go down. So you actually can't get all of the gold back. I think that that's unnecessary. I think just the fact that they got the gold like much earlier than you makes it much more valuable. I've said this before, but we did a big thing on trying to figure out how gold value works over time in League. And the rough answer is that for every 10 minutes that passes in League, your gold is worth half as much. So in other words, if you earn 300 gold at 10 minutes, that's going to be worth the same as earning 600 gold at 20 minutes. And the reason for that is some basic stuff about how, like, if I have 100 AD and I gain a longsword for 10 AD, so that's a 10% increase to my AD, for 300 gold or whatever. I get it, it's like 350. I'm just trying to keep it simple or whatever. But it doesn't matter anyways, because I actually don't think we're calculating cost at all. But anyways, the point is you get 10 AD on 100 AD for that same gold, right? You're getting 10% increase to your AD. Now all of a sudden later in the game, you have 200 AD from leveling and all this other stuff, and you buy the same longsword for the same amount of gold. Well, now your longsword's only giving you a 5% increase to your total AD, and so it's not doing nearly as much for your damage output as the first longsword you bought was. So because of that, your value, if you think that you go from 100 AD, and there's other stats that matter too, obviously, but let's say you go from 100 AD at 10 minutes to, at 20 minutes, you have more like 200, then you're seeing that fall off of about 50%. So, and there's other stats that are growing at different rates and things like that. So same thing could apply to health and all these other things. So keep in mind that that's a really big factor anyways. But I suppose you're not really expecting 10 or 20 minutes between taking turret plates, especially on the first turret. So that's fine. So actually you do get a little bit less gold if you're taking the plates later after 14 minutes. Oh, it's actually starting at minute 11, not 14, that it starts going down. So you actually, going back the other way again, if you're playing against something like Caitlyn, if you can take those turret plates before 11 minutes, which is fairly fast and early, you can get an advantage there because then the value starts to go down. Plate thresholds, 20 to 100% to 10 to 100% of missing HP. So these are kind of weird amounts. So like they were 20, 20, 20, 20 before, but now it's 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So the plate thresholds are different amounts of missing HP. No longer gains 50 permanent resist per dead plate. Oh, but that makes turrets way squishier again. It's so back and forth. In-world turret plate models have been removed. They now only show as health bar segments. Base resistance is 15 to 60, but that makes turrets tankier. Base HP. Wow. Outer turrets base HP is going up by 4,000 HP. Well, that makes turrets way, way tankier. Maximum bonus AD, 192 at 16 minutes to 168 at 14 minutes. So turrets are going to do a little bit less damage after 14 minutes or something. Local gold 250 down to 0 on outer turrets. Wow. That's kind of a big deal. Turret plate gold 125 to 120. So they are also reducing the amount of gold from turret plates as well by a little bit, but maximum local gold 875 down to 600 and minimum local gold from 250 up to 400. That's so many contradictory changes. It's really hard to know what to make of it all. Inner and inhibitor turrets. As mentioned above, tier 2 and tier 3 turrets are receiving turret plates in order to reward partial progress. Now crashing a minion wave and dealing a couple thousand damage will pay you for pushing up and incurring that risk. Combined with more durable epic monsters, this should meaningfully push champions to care much more about pushing up and progressing towards destroying the enemy base. The rest of the math here is simply a consistency pass that sets all turrets to 60 armor and MR in order to make it easier to read each health bar. We're also removing some of their late game stat scaling to make sure pushing them remains a strong option. So I think different turrets had different amounts of resistances, and so it was hard to read the health bars and stuff like that. And so they're just doing this pass like they're talking about to make that all look the same. It's going to be a lot clearer visually how much health is on the turrets. New turret plates claimed at 10, 25, 45, 70, and 100% missing HP. Inner turret local gold is going from 425 to 675 to 600 spread across 5 plates. So it does lose a little bit of total gold. It does lose 75 total maximum gold. Inner turret health is going up by 1,000, which makes it more durable, obviously. Resistances is going from 55 to 60, which makes it more durable again. And the plates make it more durable. Inner turrets no longer gain up to 15 armor and magic resist at minutes 16 through 30. Inhibitor turret local gold 375 to 600 spread across 5 plates. So inhibitor turrets are actually going to be worth a lot more, it looks like, because of the plates. Inhibitor turret regen thresholds. How does that work with turret plates and the turret regenerating health? That's so weird. Inhibitor turret regen threshold 33% and 66%. So if you didn't know, if you hit an inhibitor turret, it regened HP, but it could only regen up to thirds. It could only regen up to 1/3 HP or 2/3 HP, depending on where it was at. Or, same thing with like Nexus turrets, and that created that weird situation where like it was good to leave Nexus turrets at like a bit, under 1/3 HP or something like that, instead of taking them since they were respawning. They're going to get into that next with Nexus turrets. But this is just changing the threshold from 33% and 66% to 30% and 75%, which is a little bit weird. But fine, I guess, whatever. Inhibitor turret health, 35,000 to 4,750. Wow. That's a lot of extra health. I really don't know. There's so many contradictory changes, right? There's so many things that makes turrets squishier. Like they're missing out on like some flat resistances and stuff like that they were getting for each missing turret plate. They're, going to deal with the crystalline overgrowth thing, etc. But they're also gaining just insane amounts of raw HP and resistances, especially because they're getting turret plates. My guess when looking at this would be turrets are actually going to be much tankier, and then that's going to really slow down game pacing, and make certain champions, obviously, that benefit from scaling and slower game pacing potentially better. So inhibitor turret health went from 3,500 to 4,750, and inhibitor turret resistances went down from 70 to 60. Nexus turrets. Nexus turrets are a special case due to their unique location far inside the base. As they already have partial kill rewards due to their health regen mechanics, we're not doing much on the durability front. However, we are leaving them weaker on respawn so that it's never an optimization to leave the turret at low health instead of actually destroying it. They should have just removed them respawning or whatever. The respawning turrets are valuable in order to let a defending team eventually leave their base. I guess that's true. It like allows you to be able to play the game if you're stuck in the game, but it shouldn't ever be wrong to kill them. New turret plates claimed at 10, 25, 45, 70, 100% missing HP. Nexus turret health is gaining 500 total health. Nexus turret's losing 10 resistances. Nexus turret HP on respawn is only going to respawn with 40% of its HP instead of 100. And the 6 HP per second Nexus turret regen is going from 33 and 66%, cap or whatever, to it'll regen up to 40% and it'll regen up to 70%. Added a separate tower item for Nexus turrets to show that they respawn. Okay, cool. Minions, in order to create more windows for successful pushing, we're increasing the rate of minion wave spawns in the mid and late game in order to not balloon the amount of gold and XP given by these more frequent waves. We're pruning the occasional melee minion out of the mid game and overall reducing the value of super minions and cannon minions. We've also made cannons slightly stronger by increasing their attack damage over game time and clarifying that there are special rules for them in particular. We also cleaned up some experience calculations under the hood to make it easier to see how much value you're getting out of each minion. Early game breakpoints haven't changed here, but overall experience income is slightly higher and gold income is slightly lower than last season. Okay, interesting. So at 14 minutes, I can see we're almost there. Almost the promised land. Champions is coming up. Hopefully the last half of this a never-ending web page is just skins and ARAM changes anyways, but probably not. I guess there was a ton of swift play changes that could maybe bail us out of this never-ending web page. Okay, at 14 minutes, minion waves now spawn every 25 seconds instead of 30. So when a cannon minion spawns on these waves, one fewer melee minion spawns. Okay, at 30 minutes, minion waves now spawn every 20 seconds. One fewer caster minion spawns on these waves. Okay. Minion to turret damage, 55% to 60%. So minions also do more damage to turrets. So we said turrets were maybe getting more durable, but now there's more frequent minions, and the minion damage to turrets is going up. Base movement speed is going up. First cannon minion wave, so they're going from 325 to 350 for the movement speed. First cannon minion wave is now going from wave 4 back to wave 3. Okay, interesting. That had a lot of implications actually last season when it was changed. So I guess we're just reverting back to before. You want to shove in that wave 3 and take a cheater recall or whatever instead of the shenanigans we've been doing this year. Cannon AD 39 plus 1.5 every 90 seconds. To 39 to 1.5 every 90 seconds, then 4 plus 4 every 90 seconds at wave 15. So cannon minions are going to gain more AD later into the game. Super minion base AD is going down by 30. Experience share is going from 95 to 20.7% to 100% to 21.7%. Experience share of what? Of super minions? Of is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I think that this is actually per champion. It's just so confusing that there are 6 of them. But the reason why I think there's 6 values is because they had that game mode where you could have like Hexakill or something like that, where you could have 6. It just makes it really unclear what this is about. But experience share is probably referring to multiple champions sharing experience, but it's very weird that there's 6 values there for 6 champions. Melee minion XP, 65 to 62. So melee minions are giving a little bit less XP. Melee minions are going from 21 gold down to 20, so melee minions are also giving a little bit less gold. Ranged minion XP is going down by 1. Cannon minions, super minion XP is going down by 25. That's significant. Also, we've talked about how bad it is to take inhibitors because of how much you give the enemy team. And I think it's a nice step in the right direction that they're actually mitigating that a little bit, even though it's still bad to give them the super minions because they're still getting 75 XP for free every wave. But yeah, that helps with that kind of weird mechanic a little bit. Cannon and super minion gold is going from 60 plus 3 every 90 seconds to 50 plus 1 every 90 seconds, so a lot less gold from cannon and super minions as well, which is nice because it makes taking inhibitors more favorable to the team that's actually winning and taking the inhibitor instead of it secretly being bad to take inhibitors. Cannon, but not enough to always make it worth it. Cannon minion damage to turrets is going from 82.5% to 84%, so pushing those cannon waves is also going to help deal damage to turrets. Cannon minion item updated to show its special rules for attacking turrets. Okay, champions. With every champion's base crit damage being increased back to 200%, we're making some preemptive balance changes to those who currently get at least 25% crit chance in the average game. We want to move many of these champions towards auto attack scaling via their new and improved crit damage and away from ability scaling in order to make these ADCs shine as true auto attack carries and less like mages. This means we've usually nerfed ability damage through the AD ratio or crit scaling ratio as compensation for the impending increase in auto attack damage. When handling critical strike damage in general, we're pushing every ability to scale as a portion of bonus critical strike damage, which we feel most consistently preserves the value of crit strikes. For abilities that are very close to basic attacks and functionality, we try to preserve a high crit damage ratio, and more spell-like abilities, the less it needs to scale with crit. That makes sense. Okay, Cassio, Base movement speed is going up by 7. Passive Serpentine Grace. Passive Rework. Gain 4 to 72 movement speed based on level, but she cannot purchase boots. To increased effectiveness of all movement speed buffs by 6 to 40% based on level. Does this mean she can buy boots? While Cassiopeia's no boots passive is very thematic, in addition of more boot-based systems over the years, like the role quest rewards, has made it feel like a punishment at times instead of a boon. We think it's important for Cassiopeia to have the opportunity to engage with these new systems, so we're revoking the passive into a new movement-based effect. So yeah, that being gone, she cannot purchase boots means she can purchase boots. And instead of gaining a flat 4 to 72 movement speed, she's gaining 6 to 40% movement speed buffs, or increase to movement speed buffs. Samira, so now we're going to run into a lot of AD carry changes based on the crit stuff. Obviously, them preemptively nerfing AD carry means that this crit change plus the role quest made AD carry very strong on PvE, I'm sure. Q Flare, Q non-crit damage 5 to 25 to 0 to 20, so minus 5 base. 95 to 125% total AD to just 110% total AD, so it's buffed early, nerfed later, which is good for Samira anyways because she likes to be stronger early. She likes to be good level 6, to kind of mid-game, but not later. Q critical strike damage 1.25 to /1.65 with IE to 50% of bonus crit damage, which is 1.5 to 1.65 with IE. So it's going to be more damage on her Q if she has crit. R Inferno Trigger, R non-crit damage 5 to 25 to 20 to 60, which is a lot higher. 45% total AD to 30% total AD is lower. R critical damage 1.75 or 2.15 times with IE to 100% bonus crit damage, which is 2.0 to 2.3x. So again, her ult with crit damage will do a lot more. So I guess maybe Samira is going to build crit now. Aphelios. Oh god. You hate to see Aphelios in the patch notes. You're worried that it's going to be half the page. Calibrum, bonus damage per mark, 15 to 15, 20% bonus AD to 10% bonus AD. Severum, onslaught damage per hit, 10 to 40 to 90. 10 to 40, it's losing its flat damage entirely. And then 22 to 40% bonus AD to 19 to 40% bonus AD. So it's actually losing its flat base damage entirely, and it's still nerfed. So that's low. It's the same? Or still critically strikes for 100% crit damage, but now that's going to be 1.75 to 2. Oh, I see. That's the 175% to 200%. And then with IE, it goes from 215% to 230%. So I see. And the reason why they're getting rid of this base damage is because when he crits, it's going to be so much more. That they wanted to counterbalance that. Infernum, 25 to 65, 20 to 110. I'm losing some steam here, I'm going to be honest. 56 to 80%, 10 to 16%. It's going to be the same stuff, right? It's going to be they're basically getting rid of a lot of base damage here because the crit, when he has crit, it's going to do a lot more. But this limits options for a lot of AD carries, like Samira. Aphelios obviously is more interested in building crit anyways, but building things like lethality is a lot less viable when the damage is coming out of your abilities and is only a buff or put back into your abilities if you're building full crit. Same thing here with Crescendum. You're going to do more with the crit strikes on it, so they're taking base damage away. Our Moonlight Visual, follow up attack critical damage, 120%, 160% with IE to 30% of bonus crit strike damage, which will be 130%, which is more without IE. With IE, it's actually less. That's kind of weird. It'll be 1.39x instead of 1.6x. Okay, Caitlyn's top end headshot damage has gone out of hand. The value of critical strikes going up. It's about to get even stronger. We're taking a heavy swing at Caitlyn. Crit scaling 0 to 148% of total. What does this even mean? 0. Oh, this is with IE again. I'm just going to read it without IE so we can get through this faster because this is getting ridiculous. 0 to 148.75% total AD. Now 100% bonus crit damage, which will be 0 to 100% total AD. So that's going to reduce her crit scaling on the headshot passive, from 148% to 100%. So very significant nerf there. But obviously she'll be doing more because of the crit change, or I'm kind of confused on that one. I'm not going to lie. Crit scaling 1.5x to 30% of bonus critical strike damage, which will be 1.3x without IE, 1.39x with IE. So her ult does less as well. So Caitlyn's headshot and ult is going to do less, I think. Kind of not interested. How many more of these are there? It's the same stuff. They're basically nerfing almost every 80 carry across the board to compensate. I mean, it's just all crit champions. They're just compensating on all the crit champions. I'm not going to lie. I think I don't care. Is it all crit changes? Okay, Elise can't be a crit change, right? Elise is in a silly spot where ability power quickly fails. I'm sorry I'm skipping it, but it's literally all the same changes. I'd rather go to sleep. And if you want to figure it out, you can figure it out. Honestly, we're probably just going to have to play and see how the damage feels. Reading the numbers sometimes when it's this monotonous isn't actually going to tell you what you need to know anyways. Elise is in a silly spot, and we understand the basic premise. Crit, is getting an extra 25% buff in its damage. So to compensate for that, they want champions to have to auto attack more, build more crit. So they're taking crit scalings out of a lot of 80 carry, and they felt like 80 carries were too strong anyways on PBE with all the changes. So they're just taking crit scaling away from abilities that shouldn't need to rely on crit as much anyways, instead of auto attacking. So auto attacking more valuable abilities, maybe a little bit less valuable. Elise is in a silly spot where ability power quickly fails to scale her damage against monsters after the mid game. We're delivering a change that will help slightly buff on average. Okay. So her Q, 75 to 175, 65 to 145, plus 90% AP. And maximum damage to monsters is 115 to 335 to, I think they forgot a slash, 105 to 305. This guy was up till 3 in the morning too and got absolutely cooked. But she's getting this 90% AP ratio on her Q, which is going to help her clear apparently in the mid game. Okay, Jack's passive now gains an additional 1.5% attack speed per stack at level 19. Okay. Omnivamp. As we add Omnivamp items back into the game, we've discovered new ways in which the previously reworked Omnivamp stat isn't doing its job well enough. We're updating it here to function fully as lifesteal and for it to serve its purpose correctly when used against minions. Omnivamp now applies at 100% value, reduced to 33% value from pets, damage over time, and AoE spells against minions. Doran's Blade removed life-draining passive, added 2.5% Omnivamp. New items. Okay, so we're looking at different new itemization across all of League's classes and subclasses, and made at least one item for each class, focusing on subclasses that have less existing itemization support to make sure that every subclass has a healthy number of satisfying items for champions to buy. There's also a few returning items from the past, and a number of changes to existing items to refresh and improve the item system as a whole. Wonderful. Love to see it. I would be more excited if it wasn't 3 a.m., but I am excited actually about the item changes. Dusk and Dawn. Most AP fighters have incentives into their kit to auto attack, but they have very little access to items that actually support that pattern. Since Lichbane and Nashor's Tooth don't offer the defensive stats that this subclass often needs, Dusk and Dawn offers a Sheen pattern that doubles on hits to help champions in this space live their dreams of sustained combat, with lots of additional on hits to enhance whatever their kit is already doing. Build path: Sheen, Blasting Wand, Kindle Gem, Dagger, 300 gold, total cost 3,100 gold, ability power 70, health 300, 20 ability haste, 25% attack speed, Spell Blade, 1.5 second cooldown after using an ability. Your next attack deals 100% base AD plus 10% AP bonus magic damage on hit and applies on hit effects an additional time. Okay, so this is kind of a alternative to Lichbane that has some defensive stats, that has 300 health in it that mages can potentially buy. Fiend Hunter Bolts. When marksmen look at Zeal items, we want them to have different options to choose from that are good in different situations or good for particular champions. Fiend Hunter Bolts allows a concentrated moment of power after casting an ultimate, which is particularly exciting for the marksmen that already have that pattern, like Twitch, Zeri, or Yunara. Some others might like the ultimate haste the item offers, or just want to be able to get immediate combat value after ulting. Build paths: Zeal Scout Slingshot, 850 gold, total gold cost 2,650 gold, 40% attack speed, 25% crit chance, 4% movement speed, gain 30 ultimate haste. Opening Barrage, 45 second cooldown. After casting your ultimate, your next 3 basic attacks within 8 seconds gain 50% attack speed and critically strike for 75% of your normal critical strike damage. If an attack would already critical strike, it deals normal critical strike damage and also deals 10% bonus true damage. That's a really interesting concept. So this is like kind of a negative, but if you have a lot of crit, which you would with a build like this anyways, then it actually deals more damage. So it's an amazing follow-up item on a lot of champions. Endless Hunger. Since the removal of Gore Drinker and the removal of Omnivamp on Eclipse, AD caster fighters have had little to no access to sustain via the item system. Endless Hunger is a heavy AD scaling item that rewards building high amounts of AD and can lead to awesome pop-offs in teamfights if you can get a takedown and keep casting through the enemy team. Build path: Caulfield's Warhammer and Pickaxe, 1,075 gold, total cost 3,000, 60 attack damage, 20% tenacity, 5% Omnivamp, Famine, gain 5 plus 10% bonus AD as ability haste. When a champion that you damaged within 3 seconds dies, gain 15% Omnivamp for 8 seconds. That's going to be a really interesting item. I'm thinking about like Hecarim and stuff like that. Maybe that's off base, but that could be interesting. Most AD assassins aren't particularly good at ending games, even when they're capable of getting lots of kills. This can lead to pretty frustrating situations where the assassin player feels like they don't have the tools they need to complete the game, and the players on the receiving end get continuously killed and stay trapped in a game where they can't survive. Bastion Breaker gives AD Assassins a new luxury item that can help them close out games by giving them large amounts of damage to epic monsters and turrets, as long as they're building lots of lethality and can kill some takedowns. Build path: Brutalizer, Serrated Dirk, 863 gold, total cost 3200 gold, attack damage 55, lethality 22, ability haste 15, shape charge: dealing ability damage to a champion or epic monster deals an additional 30 plus 150% lethality true damage. Sabotage: taking down a champion within 3 seconds of damaging them grants sabotage for 90 seconds. While you have sabotage, your next attack against epic monsters or turret deals an additional 300 plus 2,500% lethality true damage over 3 seconds. That's crazy. Okay. Actualizer. It's been a while, but we've got a new active item. This one is made to support mana stacking builds, to create more builds where mana isn't just a limitation, but instead make it so that it can be an advantage to have large amounts of mana available to you. Activating Actualizer significantly increases your mana costs in exchange for lower cooldowns and more ability damage, healing, and shielding for a short duration. So get your mana items ready for a very powerful pop-off moment. Lost Chapter, Blasting Wand, 1050 gold, total cost 3100 gold, 90 ability power, 300 mana, 10 ability haste. We're dead. Active mana made real, 60-second cooldown. For 8 seconds, your mana is empowered. While empowered, your spells cost 100% more mana, but you gain 15 plus 0.005% bonus mana percentage increased ability damage, healing, and shielding. Your basic ability cooldowns progress 30% faster. Really insane. I'm thinking of champions like Sona with this one. Also, I believe they said that tier items are going to be able to stack now. So the way that works is like you have to complete stacking one tier first. You can't like stack 2 tiers at the same time, but you can have multiple items that use tier, and that can create both a gigantic mana pool for using an item like this and also a just an insane build path. Hex Optics C44. We've always wanted to support more diversity in crit marksman builds after the first item. So Hex Optics C44 is here to add an additional option for those looking to opt into big team fight outputs. If you can get one takedown, you can get some extra range to help you secure more kills. And on top of that, you also get some bonus damage scaling based on how well you can space your opponents. Pickaxe, Noon Quiver, Longsword, 275 gold. Total cost 2,800 gold. 50 attack damage, 25% critical strike. Magnification: deal up to 10% increased damage with attacks based on how far away the enemy is. Max 750 range, or max damage at 750 range. Arcane Aim: when a champion that you damaged within 3 seconds dies, gain an additional 100 attack range for 6 seconds. Could be interesting on like a Jinx and stuff like that. Bandle Pipes: tank supports don't have very many items. Yeah, I've been complaining about this for a while. And the ones they do have generally focused on helping them roam or protect their allies. Well, yeah. We wanted to go a different direction this time. Instead of giving them a team-wide attack speed aura, you can keep up in fights as long as you're able to frequently apply crowd control to your enemies. Build path: Kindle Gem, Cloth Armor, No Magic Mantle, plus 500 gold. Total cost 2,000 gold. That's really cheap. Health 200, Armor 20, MR 20, Ability Haste 15. Slowing or immobilizing an enemy champion grants Fanfare for 8 for melee champion or 4 for ranged champion seconds. Fanfare grants 20 movement speed. While you have Fanfare, nearby allies, including yourself, gain 30% melee, 20% ranged attack speed. Interesting. It's the ardent sensor of tank supports. Doesn't sound that amazing to me. The cost is really nice though. The problem is that giving 20% attack speed to your AD carry is never going to be as powerful as Locket Well, I mean, it could be if they really gutted Locket or whatever, but you've got Locket, Redemption, and Knight's Vow, and Redemption isn't even a tank support item, but those give about 360 damage per fight on average of value in like health. And you know how much your AD carry would have to auto attack. I mean, I'm not going to do the math right now because I'm trying to go to sleep. But you know how much your AD carry would have to auto attack to do, to make up for 360 damage or something like that. I mean, I guess you can give it to multiple people, but your team would have to auto attack a heck of a lot to translate 20% attack speed into 360 damage. So I think that my initial impression without doing the math is that this item is fine, but it's not anything special. Protoplasm Harness. Tanks have a lot of tools to make them more durable in different ways, but Protoplasm Harness offers them a lifeline item that has some movement speed and tenacity to enable a choice. Do you want to keep going forward, or do you want to try to leave the fight? If you're tanky enough to survive, you can even get the full benefits from the healing over time this item grants, which scales with your armor and magic resist to make sure it slots well into resistance building tank builds. Kindle Gem, Giant's Belt, 800 gold. Total gold cost 2,500. Health 600. Ability haste 15. Taking damage that would reduce your health below 30% causes you to gain a 200 maximum health for 5 seconds, then heal 200 to 400 based on level scaling, plus 250% of your armor, plus 250% of your magic resist health over the duration. While regenerating health, you gain 15% increased size, 10% movement speed, and 25% tenacity. I'm more excited about this item, especially for a tank support like Braum, than I am about the other item. First off, this item sounds insane. It's doing a whole lot, and it's making its biggest impact right at the time you would die. You can also instantly see in the heal that the numbers that you're getting are as big as Locket or Redemption if you're averaging like 360 a fight with those, like a Locket, Redemption, Knight's Vow, because you're healing for 200 to 400. So if you're like level 9 and you're healing for 300, and that's not even including the armor and the magic resist that you get there, which is going to be a lot, because if you have 100 armor, which is very common, 100 armor, 100 MR, you're gaining 250 healing. This item's broken. Also, the cost is really cheap at 250 gold. The cost is insanely cheap. It could easily be picked up on a support. Also, the health amount, two things about the health amount. Locket and these other items give you 200 HP, but this item gives you 600. And we've talked about this before a lot, but having HP early on into league games, you're over-indexed on armor and magic resist. So getting an item like this that gives you health more than 200 puts you at a lot more effective HP, even forgetting about the passive on the item. Puts you at a much better and much higher effective HP than Locket. I mean, this item's really good. I should be going this item instead of Locket. So you go this item on tank support, and then you go your normal stuff. This seems like it's going to be broken. They're going to have to hotfix it or nerf it. But yeah, there you go. Whispering Circlet / Diadem of Songs. This is a 2-item pair for enchanters. Of course, they can't add a tank support item without giving enchanters 2, but that's okay. This is a 2-item pair for enchanters, a new evolving tier item to go with that other one. Some enchanters really like mana, and some even step into the mage system to get it. So we're going to offer a new item that allows them to get flat mana from the enchanter system, but also scales well with additional mana purchases if anyone does want to get their into a heal-based mana stacking build. Whispering Cricket, or Circlet. Build path: Forbidden Idol, Ruby Crystal tier, 850 gold. Total cost 2,250. 200 health, 300 mana, base mana regen 75%, 8% healing and shielding power, Harmony, gain 0.005% bonus mana, percentage heal and shield power. That's going to be insane. Mana flow, landing abilities grants 4 max mana, doubled versus champions, transforms into Diadem of Songs at 360 max mana. Health 200, mana goes from 300 to 1000. Base mana regen 100% instead of 75%. Healing and shielding power is still 8%. Harmony is still the same. 0.005% of your bonus mana is healing and shielding power. Consonants. While you or an ally you've healed or shielded in the last 3 seconds is in combat with with champions, each second heal the lowest health nearby ally champion for 0.008% of your bonus mana. Returning items. Hextech Gunblade. Gunblade is one of the most requested removed items, as well as a popular item alternative in game modes. Item in alternate game modes. Despite a relatively limited champion user pool, we think that we can control some of the negative gameplay of this item with tuning, especially on the amount of Omnivamp granted and on the frequency with which users can apply the powerful active effect, so we think it's safe to add it back in. Build path, Vamp Scepter, Hextech Alternator, Amp Tome, 600 gold, total cost 3000, ability power 80, attack damage 40, Omnivamp 10%, Lightning Bolt, 60-second cooldown, shock the target enemy champion, dealing 175 to 253 per level scaling, plus 30% ability power magic damage, and slowing them by 25% for 1.5 seconds. That's going to be powerful on some champions for sure. That's kind of interesting. It's interesting to see Hextech Gunblade back too. I miss a lot of old active items, like old active Blade of the Rune King. I miss a lot, but you know, it is what it is. Stormrazor complements our efforts at increasing the variety of items available to critical strike using champions, providing another energized effect in that system. Stormrazor will be our second attack damage plus attack speed plus crit strike option in the ecosystem, lowering the degree to which critical strike build paths funnel through Yuntal. BF Sword, Cloak of Agility, Scout Slingshot, 700 gold, total cost 3200 gold, 50 attack damage, 20% attack speed, 25% critical strike chance. Moving and attacking generates an energized attack. Your energized attack applies 100 bonus magic damage and grants 45% movement speed for 1.5 seconds. So it's different than before. It's not a slow. It does 100 bonus magic damage and grants 45% movement speed. That's really interesting, actually, the way that works. Updated items, Unending Despair. The dual resistance version of Unending Despair was intended to slot well into health stacking builds in the second or third slot, but it ended up being so generically useful, that's true, that it overrode the choice structure in top and jungle tank builds, regardless of what their first item was. We're returning it to armor only, but this version has a bit more ability haste in order to differentiate it from the other armor plus health items in the tank ecosystem. Build path, Aegis, Giant's Belt, 800 gold. Now it's Chain Vest, Kindle Gem, and Ruby Crystal, and 800 gold. Total cost 2800 unchanged. Armor increased from 25 to 50. Magic resist decreased from 25 to 0. Ability haste increased from 10 to 15. Aegis of the Legion. Without Unending Despair, Aegis as an epic item doesn't build into anything and doesn't have any items that it makes sense to build into. Oh, whatever. Hello. Put it back into Locket, please, and then add a Ruby Crystal to Locket. As such, it's being removed. Okay, well, GG. Horizon Focus. Horizon Focus has bounced around between an Artillery Mage item, a Crowd Control Synergy item, a Control Mage item over the past few years. We're going back to the Artillery Mage version since that was high fantasy and exciting for that subclass, whereas the other versions have been mostly functional but not particularly interesting for the other subclasses this item has supported. Build path, Fiendish Codex, Blasting Wand, plus 200 gold. Now it's Fiendish Codex, Amp Tome, 600 gold. Total cost, 2750 to 2700. Ability power, 125 to 75. Ability haste, 25 unchanged. Hypershot, dealing ability damage to champions at 600 range or more units away from the cast position, reveals them for 6 seconds, to dealing ability damage to champions at 600 range or greater, reveals them for 6 seconds, and deal 10% increased damage to enemies revealed by Hypershot. Focus, 30-second cooldown. When Hypershot is triggered, reveal all other enemy champions within 1400 range of them for 3 seconds. It's kind of cool. Sundered Sky, with base critical strike damage going up, Sundered Sky needed to be retuned, and we also believe it's a bit too generically powerful as it is now, so we're doing some adjustments that should be overall slightly powered down and make the item a little bit less generically appealing to help other fighter items shine in the system. Attack damage 40 to 45. Light Shield Strike critical strike damage decreased from 100% to 80%. Light Shield Strike cooldown 8 to 10 seconds. Luden's Companion. Guns are cool, but so are staves. We're bringing this back to the old name. Luden's Companion is now Luden's Echo. Icon reverted to the staff. Okay. We're bringing it back. Echoes of Helia. Echoes of Helia was intended to help fill in the space between the Enchanter and Mage system, but ended up being a bit too far towards the Enchanter space and didn't quite fill that space. We're making it more synergistic with Mage items and more accessible by making it less necessary to be spamming both heals and shields and damaging effect, which made it unnecessarily narrow. Kindle Gem and Bandle Glass Mirror plus 500 gold. 220 gold, 35 ability power, 200 health, 125 base mana regen, 20 ability haste. Soul Siphon. Gain 35% of pre-mitigation damage dealt to champions as soul charges, up to 80 to 250 based on level charges. Healing or shielding an ally consumes all soul charges to restore 100% of that value as health. I don't see how you're still having to deal a bunch of damage in order to get value out of the heal. It didn't remove. They were basically saying like, well, you need to have both a ton of damage to deal constantly, and you need to have a bunch of healing and shielding to make the item worthwhile. That's making it too narrow. And then they basically kept it the same, because you're just now, instead of, I think, hitting people, 1 or 2 times, and it just being about hitting them, it's about doing a certain amount of damage. But it's the same thing. You have to do a bunch of damage, and then you heal or shield to consume the charges to get that as a heal. I don't really see how this changes the dynamics of the item at all. Essence Reaver. Sheen Essence Reaver is back. Previously, it was removed in favor of a stat stick Reaver that was intended to be more broadly appealing, but as it turned out, while it did serve some additional champions, it ended up just being a fairly flat and unexciting item. So we're bringing back the Sheen with some tweaks to make this version of Sheen Essence Reaver more balanceable. I always thought Essence Reaver just made sense with Sheen in it, but I don't know. They probably found that they actually dropped more champions by not having that than by them not having the Sheen probably dropped more champions than not, or something. Hold on a second. They just dropped me my challenger icon. I'm a little bit happy and surprised because I didn't think that I would get a challenger icon, because I hit challenger early in the season but didn't end there. Not even close. So that's really cool that I got the challenger rewards and stuff like that. Not really sure why, but I do like that that's how it works. Okay, where are we here? Okay, for Essence Reaver, build path, pickaxe, Caulfield's, Cloak of Agility, 375 gold to Sheen, Caulfield's, and Cloak of Agility and 350 gold. Total cost 2,900 unchanged. Attack damage 60 to 55, 25% crit chance, 15 ability haste to 20. Spellblade, 1.5-second cooldown after using an ability. Your next attack deals 125% base AD, plus 50 times crit chance. Bonus physical damage, and grants 50% of the damage value as mana on hit. Essence Drain passive is removed. Okay, whatever. Umbral Glaive. In its current form, Umbral Glaive is tailored to fit supports, and it's not structured to be powerful for anyone that has real income. This has led to it being a fairly unpopular and mostly unsatisfying item, and it's not fulfilling its purpose as a way for AD assassins to have an advantage in interacting with the vision system. We're giving it an update to make it more functional for jungle and mid lane assassins, while still looking to retain some of the aspects that made it exciting to buy as a support for the pipe players out there. Build pass, Serrated Dirk, Caulfields, 450 gold. Serrated Dirk, Caulfields, 750 gold. Total gold cost 2,500 to 2,800. Attack damage 55 to 60. Ability haste 10 to 15. Lethality 15 to 18. Let's see. After being unseen by enemies for 1 second, your next attack against champion deals an additional 50 plus 150% lethality true damage. Blackout, 90-second cooldown when you're near enemy stealth wards and traps. Reveal them for 8 seconds. While revealing wards, your attacks deal 3 melee, 2 range damage to them. Extinguisher is removed. It's rolled into the above blackout. Redemption. Redemption has been an extremely broadly appealing item for supports recently, especially in pro play. When it was first made, we had many fewer tank support items, and it was intended to be purchasable for both enchanters and tank supports. In the current day, we don't need redemption to be broadly appealing. Oh god, this is bad. So we're pushing it more towards the enchanter space. So tank supports have such bad options for items, and they're so limited that they have to buy enchanter items in order to function. And our solution to that is to remove all of the health from it and give it so that only enchanters can get it. It sucks so much to be a tank support player. It's insane. Wow. Okay. So, I mean, redemption was strong. Don't get me wrong. But now it's strong, but only for enchanters. Wait, this is insane. Oh, God. God, I hate this change. I hate everything about this change. So it's broken, right? The item's broken. But it's so broken, and tank support items are so bad that it's a must-have, like, top 3 tank support item. And now we're not doing anything to nerf it for enchanters. In fact, we're buffing it for enchanters. Enchanters get 30 ability haste for free, and it costs 50 less gold. All they lose is 200 health they shouldn't need to use anyways. That is insane for enchanters building redemption. That makes enchanter first item redemption insanely strong. And for tanks, maybe we just say, I mean, I almost want to say, especially because I said before, I can go this new 600 health item, right? If I go this item and then I get redemption second, I can make up for the lack of health that redemption has. And now it's cheaper and I get 30 ability haste. So that feels really nice. So probably I still build redemption because this is making it stronger. If I can pick up some health somewhere else as a tank support, then even as a tank support, I can just build redemption second. I guess they're trying to make it not be a first item for every support game. But I can just pick this up second as a tank support, and now I have the power of redemption plus a bunch of health from another item. An insane amount of ability. It's still better for enchanters, though, because I don't actually care about the 30 ability power. Oh, it's ability power, not ability haste. Oh, never mind. Man, this sucks. So the item's broken. They did nothing to fix it, and they just made it for enchanters only. So they just The item's broken. They didn't nerf it or fix it. Only enchanters can get it. So they just prevent tank supports from being able to get the good item. Oh, man. I hate that change really bad. I thought it'd be okay when I misread this as ability haste because it's 3M, but this is actually worse now that I realize this is ability power. Enchanters love this. Enchanters love this. It's buff for enchanters. It's nerf for tank supports. I can't believe that they would make a change to Redemption that somehow makes it stronger for enchanters. That's ridiculous. That they would ever consider nerfing this by 50 gold is insane. Or, I mean, like, buffing it by reducing the gold cost by 50 gold is insane. All our other ultimate trigger items give ultimate haste, and Zeke's has room for a bit more power. A bit, you could say. It has a room for a lot more than a bit. It's absolutely trash. It could be a bit more unique in the tank support item space, so we're giving it 15 ultimate ability haste. That's garbanzo. You gotta be kidding me. Zeke's is still trash. Never build that item. That doesn't make up for what it's lacking at all. I mean, you run the damage numbers on what you get from Zeke's after you ult, and then look at what you're getting from Locket and Redemption and Knight's Vow, and you laugh in Zeke's face. Tier items, Mirror Mana, Fimbulwinter. We're bringing, this is on the tier thing. We're bringing back the ability to stack multiple tier items for those games that are going really long. You want to get max value out of every item slot. Also, we've been happy, but that's not why you decide to start building a bunch of tier items. We've also been happy with the effects of increasing the game is going long and you want value out of your item. This guy got tired at 3 a.m. too, actually. I don't blame him. He was doing a great job and the patch notes were super long. He did a great job for like the first 10 pages and then, he fell off just like me. It is what it is. Tier. Okay, so you can build multiple tiers. So unique to semi-unique. You can now have one stacking tier item in your inventory at any given time. Once your tier item transforms, you can get a new tier and stack it all over again. Mirror Mana, 1,000 mana. Fimbulwinter, 1,000 mana. So all the tier items are giving 1,000 mana too instead of 860. That's crazy value. Mortal Reminder. We're doing a pass on crit Last Whisper items here to help make marksman crit damage a little lower against squishy targets and a bit better against tankier targets. That could actually be even better for AD carries. That could be really cool to make him better against tankier targets. Build path. Executioners, Last Whisper, Cloak of Agility, 450 gold. Executioners Calling, Last Whisper, Cloak of Agility, 150 gold. Total cost is going down by 300. Armor penetration is going down by 5%. I don't see how that achieves that at all. I guess maybe an LDR. We're doing a pass on crit Last Whisper items. The same thing. Build path, Last Whisper, Noon Quiver, 350. Last Whisper, Noon Quiver, 550. Cost 3,100 to 3,300. Armor penetration down from 40% to 35% crit, but Giant Slayer is back. Deal 15% bonus damage against champions based on their bonus health. Maximum damage bonus reached at 1,500 bonus health, and that'll be affected by the crit damage. We'll multiply that extra bonus damage, so that's really, really strong. It is a little bit more expensive, but well worth it. I don't know why the armor penetration came down by this much. I guess they feel like, well, I guess if you really need penetration, you should be going LDR instead of mortal, and the extra bonus damage you get from Giant Slayer makes up for the armor penetration, and the armor penetration going away is what helps squishy champions deal a little bit better against these items. Yuntal was intended to be a powerful scaling first item with some trade-offs in terms of its immediate power, but it's so generically powerful that it's crowding out the first item space for crit marksman. There's a little bit of a power shift to make its unique first item aspect attack speed stand out, but also a little bit of a power down to make it more comparable to other first items in terms of power. BF Sword, Scout Slingshot, Longsword, 750. BF Scout Slingshot, Longsword, 850. Total cost going up by 100, attack damage going down by 5, attack speed going up by 5%. Infinity Edge, With baseline crit damage changes, of course, Infinity Edge needs a bit of retuning. We want it to remain a powerful capstone item, but with baseline crit being higher, it can't give quite as much critical strike damage. Build path, BF Sword, Pickaxe, Cloak of Agility, plus 6,775. BF Sword, Pickaxe, Cloak of Agility, plus 725. Cost is going up by 50. Attack damage is going up by 10. Critical strike damage is going down from 40% back down to 30%, so down by 10%. I think that that's totally fine. Okay, this is actually really interesting matchmaking stuff, but, you know, we got to it here way late. Summoner's Rift ranked and matchmaking. 2025 Season 3 end and 2026 Season 1 start. Well, this has already happened when it starts. Shard transfers will be disabled. Oh, this isn't anything meaningful yet. Ranked will start on this time at noon. That already happened earlier today or yesterday, now that it's 3 a.m. When the new season starts in 2026, player ranks will reset. And after playing 5 provisional games, players will be assigned a starting rank. Yeah, we know how that works. End of season rewards will come out at some point. Well, I just got them, so... Aegis of Valor. So these are the things like from the dev updates. As detailed in the dev update, we'll be launching Aegis of Valor alongside with the 2026 season start. If you're auto-filled and get Mastery C or above rating, then you'll have no LP deduction for a loss, or you'll gain double LP for a win. In order to make sure auto-fill players are trying their best, we've also made some behind-the-scenes updates to the Mastery system to better detect player contribution. Autofill status won't go away by dodging in Champion Select. If a player dodges an autofilled game, then the status would carry over to the next game until the player plays their autofilled game. For Master or above players, dodging a ranked Champion Select would cost more LP. I thought that it was just going to be a full loss. That's interesting, actually. I wonder what's going on there. I kind of need to know what's going on with that. Ranked Flex will have better and more reasonable skill rating based on solo and duo queue rank. Apex duo restrictions. For most regions, excluding Korea and China, you can now duo queue all the way to Challenger with the pre-made party lower band at Diamond 1. We've also made updates to improve our high-ranked pre-made MMR offset to make sure that the high-ranked duo play is both fair and competitive. Duo queue specs are as follows. D1 can duo with D3 through D1, Master, Grandmaster, and Challenger. Grandmaster can duo with D1, Master, Grandmaster, Challenger. Challenger can duo with D1, Master, Grandmaster, Challenger. Challenger should absolutely not be able to duo with D1, by the way. Master can duo with D1, Master, Grandmaster, Challenger. For China, duo queuing is allowed up to Master with the pre-made party lower band at D1. China, Grandmaster, and Korea, or China, Grandmaster, and Challenger can only solo queue. For Korea, Master, Grandmaster, and Challenger can only solo queue. For China and Korea, similar to previous years, their Apex Duo MMR restriction, I mean, I don't care. There's an MMR thing that detects even if they're out of the rank that they can't duo, if their MMR is Master or above. Swift Play has found a regular audience, and it's become clearer who this queue is for and what their needs are in detail. Maybe I just don't understand that, to be honest. This season, we're taking a major... I mean, I understand. I think... Okay, so there's a couple of things about Swift Play. We're finally to the Swift Play thingy. I understand that it's found an audience, and I understand why it's found an audience. It's because it's the Earthification of League. It's the faster version of League that's been happening even to the main game over the years, where instead of a slow-paced, snowballing game where you get stuck in a losing game for 40 minutes, the game is much faster-paced. There's always action. You don't spend time wasting time at the start of the game. You do not spend time wasting time in Champion Select. You do not spend time wasting time dead. You do not spend time wasting time running to lane. You just instantly get everywhere that you're going and are constantly doing something. Objective spawn timers are speeding up. There's less going on before the game ends anyways, and you're just constantly doing something the whole game to keep the zoomer brain engaged, right? I get that. Yeah, so I get why it's finding an audience. I just think that it's like Earth, but it's just Earth. It's just Earth. We're just headed towards Earth, and that's fine, I guess. But I just think that it's weird that you have this game mode that's basically like supposed to be the replacement to blind pick. It's supposed to just be the normal game mode for League, and it's just completely different. Like all the objective timers are different. The support or the quest system is going to be completely different now. The champions are completely balanced differently. There's an entire different set of patch notes and changes to the champions because, like ARAM, in order to balance it, the game's so different. They need to have all the champions do different things, and so you would have no idea transitioning into ranked how the game works or what damage even the champions do and stuff like that, which I think is terrible for continuity in the game and making it easy for normal game. I made a video about like how if Riot wants ranked to start growing again, which has actually been declining for a while, and not just in NA but also in EU and Korea, they need to convince normal game players to play ranked because that's where the majority of the players are. I don't think there's a ton of new people trying League. There's always some, but there's not a ton of new young people trying League. And so most of the players that could potentially bolster the ranked player base are the 80% of players who just play normals. But it's not making it easy for those players to transition into ranked when ranked is a completely different game, and nothing's similar or the same. Makes it much easier for them to transition when normal games are exactly the same as ranked, but not in name and in stress and pressure and rank. But Okay, so let's see what they said. This season, we're taking a major swing at moving Swift Play closer to its long-term goal of providing a shorter, faster paced, but still authentic Summoner's Rift experience. In this update, you can expect to see a more significant divergence from the base rules in order to give an accelerated game start, a generally shorter and more action-packed game loop, and more forgiving experience for off-meta picks, especially in the jungle. Swift Play is inheriting most of the changes of Summoner's Rift this patch, with notable exception of Role Quest. Lane phase is a much shorter experience than Swift Play, and we wanted to avoid creating another situation where there is simply too much to do during this part of the game and not enough time to do it. I'm not going to read all these changes, but it's so different. Then there's arena changes. We've made it. ARAM. Oh yeah. I mean, we this is going to be really cool. This is actually the part of the patch that I'm most excited about anything else. Another video I made, so I'm going to take credit for this one, is I highlighted, and maybe it's total coincidence, but they implement an awful lot of random stuff that I yap about. But maybe I'm just on the money. But this one was really weird. It's like I said that my favorite type of game is these like empire building games. And I mean, they don't have time right now, although I'm going to push for it over and over again. They don't have time right now to build the full-fledged empire building game, but it's coming. Riot Games they're coming with it, I'm sure. So they're making this mini game for the client, like they've had these mini games for the different themes, and normally I don't care about them at all. But what they've done here is they took this web browser game that I mean, there's other games like it. It's all over the place, and there's mobile games that are like it now and stuff like that have evolved from it. But it started back in the day as these like web browser games, and you have a kingdom, and you're trying to collect a couple of major resources like lumber, stone, gold, stuff like that. And you then use that to make buildings and upgrade buildings and things like that to level up your kingdom and your resource production and stuff like that. And then you can use the resources you get to build armies and then like fight and take over more land and resources and that sort of thing. Sounds like Age of Empires is what most people think about it, but what Age of Empires does is it condenses it into a match format, like a match of League, whereas what you actually want is like a long-term empire building game, because it's an empire building thing. You don't want to build an empire for 30 minutes that gets destroyed and then it's gone. Empires are about, building over a long period of time. It's like you play like a city building game or something like that. The game would suck if you just spend 30 minutes building a city and then it's it's destroyed or it's gone. You know, people who really get into city building games want to spend a long time, over maybe years, building one city and seeing it evolve over the years and get really big and complex and that sort of thing. And so that's what I'm looking for from an empire building game. Now, I know I'm not going to get that in the client version, but I may play this more than solo queue, and I want this game to be popular enough that this is the launching ground for Riot's empire building game. Because what they're doing here, and the thing I was going to try to get at with Age of Empires, is that Age of Empires is not like this game. This game is much closer to the niche web browser game I mentioned in what I thought would be a really great game to make, which is, you know, in a game like Age of Empires, you do not level up your buildings in the same way that you do in like a Clash of Clans type empire building game, or like a web browser based empire building game or mobile empire building game where you level up your buildings slowly over time over and over again. So I'm really excited about this. It looks amazing. It looks like they just took that web browser game and put it in League, and I'm all for them doing that. But it just needs to be popular enough that Riot actually builds the full-fledged multiplayer unique game, you know, empire builder that's a standalone from League. So you play as Lux, who's being mentored by her aunt Tiana in the ways of military strategy. This begins with a history lesson, the founding of Zephyra, Demasia's first settlement, in the great Petrosite forest of old. In Demacia Rising, you will expand the kingdom, produce resources, train an army, research powerful upgrades to your army and towns, and defend the burgeoning nation from threats alongside several of League's champions. The game will be updated several times during Season 1, and new upgrade tiers, research items, story units, champions, threats, and events will become available. In order for you to build your kingdom, you will need silver shields, a research earned primarily by playing games of League. Dang, they're making me play League in order to play? That's terrible. I just wanted to play the empire building game. Daily and weekly, they caught me. They knew when I think I said before that I'd play that instead of League, and then they caught on to that, and they tied it to playing League games. Daily and weekly missions will be available to provide large amounts of silver shields. Playing LoL or TFT and completing missions will earn enough silver shields to finish the entire game. Yeah, but this is the problem. It's going to be, and I get it, it's the in-client mini game. It's probably great for one of their mini games, but you know, the problem I have with it is that it's not multiplayer. It's going to be this like story campaign mode. And again, let's just say that Riot is testing the waters. They're dipping their toes, see how popular a Riot empire building game would be. I'm telling you, make the empire building game. Maybe I need to make a whole nother video about this because I'm so passionate about this. I probably will. Well, this, you know, maybe with some gameplay footage from this little mini game once it's out. But let me put it this way. Riot needs to figure out, and there's a lot of complicated little nuances they need to figure out about it, but they need to figure out how to take a mix between this game and Age of Empires and put them together. So you need this game, but multiplayer and real time, and you need to put them together. Now, it's difficult to do that. One problem on a massive map where you can see control of territory easily, like EU4 or something like that. Okay. Now, the difficulty with doing something like that with this little game, well, aside from it being in the scuffed client that they're working on replacing anyways, but the difficulty with a game like that, even outside of, you know, if they were to make an independent game like this, the difficulty is that the reason why the match format is so much easier for a game like Age of Empires is because once you go out of the match format and into a massive sandbox world, how do you deal with a existing player has a million times more resources than a new player and can crush them instantly? And while these web browser games will give you like a week of beginner protection, and that's great, it's not really enough to catch up to someone who's been playing for a year or 10 years. So what is that going to do? So that's an issue. How do you allow a new player to compete with an existing player who's been playing for a very long time in a way that works okay, and that feels fun for both players. That the player who's been playing for a really long time feels rewarded for having played and grinded for a long time, but that the new player feels like they can actually participate in a way that's fun. And then so that's one issue you run into. Another issue that you run into is how do you actually do, and this is the most important part of what's going on, how do you determine combat? Because if you're doing a multiplayer game like that, and maybe you want to control units in combat, that you can do in a match format because you're in a very limited space and time, and you're both there playing at the same time. But if you're doing this like long, like multi-year game, this kind of open world thing, then you can't be sure that player B in a nation that's getting attacked is online to even battle when player A is attacking them. So, I mean, there are ways around that, but maybe they're not ideal. You can do things like auto battling and stuff like that, like they talked about even in this game. But one of the things about auto battling, I would say, is that, and maybe that's the sacrifice that needs to be made, but losing the ability to control your units takes a lot of strategy and depth out of the game and a lot of fun out of the game. So if you can control your units and make those other things work, that would be ideal and better than anything that exists by far. But hard to make those things work. You would have to reconcile those two things, and I think that that's difficult. But somebody could figure it out. Let's see. Okay. Lobby hostage taking. I love that this is suddenly randomly below the random game mode in the client. Lobby hostage taking and player behavior updates. Trying to manipulate other players to do what you want, pushing a dodge penalty onto someone else, or playing out a game with something like Disco Nunu just isn't something we want in League. Starting with this patch, we've added the capability to terminate lobbies during Champion Select with detection systems that evaluate players for hostaging when they're reported in Champion Select. We don't expect it to be perfect or catch every case on release, and we'll continue to build upon these detections throughout the year, so please send those reports in to help us evolve our systems. As a reminder, trying something off-meta or having strategic disagreements with your team do not automatically qualify as hostage-taking. Champion Selects will be terminated when a player in Champion Select is reported and determined to be holding a lobby hostage to force a dodge or for any other reason. This will never trigger without a report in Champion Select, so be sure to report players you believe are hostaging. When a Champion Select is terminated by hostage detection, the offender will receive a penalty that will not allow them to immediately queue again, and all other players will re-enter matchmaking similar to if a player dodges today. Penalties for repeated disruptive gameplay have been increased, improved detections for intentional non-participation in game. If you receive an account ban for having inappropriate Riot ID, you'll be unable to change your Riot ID until the ban is over. Lane-based autofill matchmaking. In our latest dev update, we mentioned that we're working on some changes to make games where there were autofill players more fair by matchmaking them by role. This means if your team had an autofill jungler, the enemy team would also be autofilled as well. The enemy jungler would also be autofilled as well to help keep games more competitive. We want to let you know that we're still working on these changes, but we don't expect to have them ready in January like we originally planned. We want to make sure we get this right, so we've delayed these changes to February. GG. We appreciate your patience while we take the time to make this system as accurate as it can be. Riot Games Community Pact. With the first patch of 2026, when you launch the game for the first time for the new season, you'll see our new community pact that we've adopted across all of our games. It's pretty straightforward, and it has 4 simple asks of every player. Play to win, play fair, play with respect, or play something else. Oh, okay. Clash. Whatever. Clash, Summoner's Rift, Demacia Cup, bug fixes and quality of life changes, and the skins, and we made it, and we're home free. I was originally going to watch the these things, the dev update from before in December that talked about some of these changes, and the current dev update. I mean, there's some interesting things here about the mini game, I suppose.
All right.
Some interesting mini game. Where did my mini game go? Here it is. Take a look at this bad boy.
From the season start cinematic.
Aside of that, we also have a metagame that will be live tomorrow called Demacia Rising.
Oh my goodness, look at how beautiful. But anyways, that is it. And I'm not going to go through all of these things because we actually talked about all of the changes they mentioned in the patch notes, and the patch notes were more specific instead of generic like the dev blogs were. I don't think there's any information that was in the dev blogs that we didn't get across or didn't show up in the patch notes. Yeah, so this is literally like one of those in-browser empire building games. It looks tremendous. I just need it to be, again, multiplayer, independent game on a large map where you can see control of territory clearly with colored borders, and allow players to play over a very long period of time to try to gain control of huge sections of the world or the entire world, and preferably be able to control your units and benefit from having played for a long time while not crowding new players out. And, it's difficult to figure out, war times or combat times and things like that if you don't know that people are going to be on, but you want to actively control your troops, because you need both players to be on if they're going to actively control their troops. Maybe, I mean, there's some weird things you could get into, like they agree on a time for war. There's a set time of day when wars happen, but problem with things like that is if there's a set time for wars to happen, certain players who can never play during that time are just instantly excluded from the game entirely. I guess you could have multiple servers, and you could have servers based on different war times. So you could have like there could be like active hours. That's a little bit complicated, but you could definitely do something like that. You could have active hours. Maybe, for one, it's like wars happen between 6 and 7 p.m. every day. For another one, it could be, wars happen, I don't know, between like 9 and 10 a.m. or something like that. So you get a big mix. But this is a step in the right direction, I really think, for Riot Games towards building one of these good empire building games. So, I'm looking forward to that one. It could be tremendous. I mean, and you have the world already of Runeterra that you could throw in there and have some kind of cool extra stuff going on beyond what you would normally get. You can add some medieval fantasy elements, such as different champions that are really strong that can help your army, or being able to do certain magical shenanigans and whatnot. Could be the best game in the world. I might quit solo queue, but who knows. With that being said, good luck in solo queue. I keep saying good luck in solo queue. You're going to need it because you're going to need it because there were so many changes that now you have no idea what's going on with the game. So welcome to League of Legends, because that's what happens every year. So good night.